and do whatever it is they do.
All right. Can I just eat in peace, please?
Need your home painted again? Call Rhino Shield now, and you can just forget about it. Visit rhinoshieldco.com. That's rhinoshieldco.com, and you'll never have to paint again.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our erectile dysfunction treatments are shown to be effective in nearly 90% of cases. Here's one of our patients sharing his experience on our ED treatments.
The reality is I had to look in the mirror and say something has to change. Hi, this is Austin, and I've been a patient of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for well over 2 years. I noticed a change when I turned 50 that ED was affecting my personal life. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has really just changed my life. They knew exactly what to do. They had solutions for me. From that point forward, I had the confidence. My self-esteem has increased, and all the other effects that were negatively affecting my personal life have really changed significantly. If you're feeling like I was feeling, please call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will help you, and they will be discreet and confidential, and I promise you, your life will change.
It's true. If you're like most men, you'll be having sex again, potentially as soon as the day after your appointment. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This report is sponsored by Alarm Detection Systems.
Starting off with sunshine, and then we're going to see some storms develop for later on this afternoon. Highs today in the upper 60s, and watch out for hail potential down over the Palmer Divide and out toward the airport. I'm Fox 31, pinpoint weather team meteorologist Kylie Burst.
Alarm Detection Systems, one local source for cameras, key cards, fire and intrusion, offering expert alarm installation and testing with 24/7 professional monitoring. Protect what matters with advanced security. Visit adsalarm.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. An iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Thousands of people are filing past the open casket of Pope Francis, who was lying in state at the Vatican ahead of his funeral on Saturday. ABC's Terry Moran has a preview.
Leaders from around the world will be there, including President Trump and the First Lady, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and Prince William. The Pope's funeral on Saturday will begin with Mass at 10 a.m. local time in the square in front of St. Peter's Basilica, followed by a burial at the Basilica of St. Mary Major, a couple of miles away. The Pope breaking with tradition, asking to be buried, quote, in the earth, simple, without particular decoration.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent reassuring the global economic community, speaking to the World Bank in Washington, telling them the current trade war with China will ultimately result in more sustainable global trade policies. State of emergency has been declared in Ocean County, New Jersey, where over 8,000 acres have burned in a wildfire. This is ABC News. Tesla's slumping stock seems to be giving Elon Musk some thought.
Elon Musk's role at the White House appears to be winding down. The Tesla CEO told investors he'll be stepping back from his role at the Department of Government Efficiency next month.
I think I'll continue to spend, a day or two per week on government matters.
Tesla profits plunged 71% in the first quarter of this year. The company acknowledging political sentiment likely played a role as Musk and his team worked to slash government spending and jobs. Nicole D'Antonio, ABC News, Washington.
This doesn't bode well for the housing market.
The Mortgage Bankers Association says applications for new home loans fell 12.7% from the prior week. The rate of refinancing was down 20%. The MBA says the reason for the reductions is obvious. The rate for a 30-year fixed rose for the second straight week to 6.9%.
That's Jim Ryan. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
You pledged your life to serve, to make our country stronger, safer, more free, more equal. You worked tirelessly, made sacrifices, missed first steps and birthdays, lost loved ones. At VA, we don't see the setbacks endured. We see lessons applied and passion driving you upward and forward. But we hope you can set some aside.
We are worried about you, just checking in.
Yep. And won't trivialize your past, your fears, or your hardships.
Now he can hear you.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
Tommy, it's Suze. I'm on the phones today, okay?
Oh, cool. Okay. What's happening with...
And also, yeah. And
she's pregnant.
Mark has to leave here about 11.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
He just forgot about something he had to do. 720-526-3939.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The Douglas County School Board has unanimously approved the plan to consolidate several elementary schools. Starting in the 2026-27 school year, Saddle Ranch, Heritage, and Acres Green elementary schools will be closed, and the students will be reassigned to El Dorado, Summit View, and Fox Creek. Prior to the board's vote, many spoke in opposition to the consolidation plan, including this Heritage Elementary parent.
We are still here tonight, whether virtually or in person, to fight for our school until the very end, because Heritage, its students, families, staff, and its legacy deserves to be fought for.
Teachers at the impacted schools will be guaranteed jobs elsewhere in the district. Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert is looking to halt federal funding for the state's passenger rail project along the Front Range. In a letter sent to DOJ and the Department of Transportation, Boebert asked the federal government to reevaluate scheduled funds and support for the project. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Yeah, we're doing pretty well. There is one accident, busy intersection at University and Evans over by DU, and I-25 coming out of the tech center, still running a little sluggish from Arapahoe heading up to just off, maybe past Hamden, then opens up into downtown. 225 in from Parker, a little bit of traffic. Of course, 270 seems to always be busy, especially west heading up to Vasquez, and I-25 south into downtown. The westbound I-70 ramp into the trap to southbound 25 is backed up just a little bit with traffic. I'm Jonathan Steele.
This week on Red Pilled America, we travel back to the dawn of the 16th century to uncover the roots of what it really means to be an American. You think you know the story? Think again. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
Keep listening for your chance to win $1,000.
Oh my goodness!
Every hour, weekdays, 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. With up to 9 chances a day to win a grand.
Thank you so much.
On Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
It's that easy.
Sponsored by Maverick.
It's time to stack your savings. Maverick wants you to get the most out of your Adventure Club offers, in-store deals, and third-party coupons. So our new checkout feature lets you combine them. Join the Adventure Club and head in today. Maverick, Adventure's first stop.
Welcome to Careva. Long-term care radio. Heard weekends right here with Carl Muehlmeyer.
There is a 91% chance that either you or your spouse will need care. This is truly an epidemic in our country. Nobody is prepared for it. Nobody's talking about it except on Careva Radio.
Call right now for a free long-term care survival kit. Again, it's completely free. 970-872-PLAN. That's 970-872-PLAN.
Right now, we could all use some extra cash, so why not visit David Ellis Jewelry to cash in your old, useless, tangled jewelry, coins, and anything else containing precious metals. He'll even buy your fine jewelry and diamonds. Hello, I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I recommend David Ellis Jewelry because I've known David for years. I trust him. You can too. 2640 East 3rd Avenue. That's 3rd and Clayton. 303-322-8779. 322-8779.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome. I'm going to bring up the mothership. If you're streaming, you'll see the video in the bottom right of the frame. What is going on? I see we have ugly Deputy Doc there, and ugly Mark, and pretty Hannah. Hannah is with us from Fix It 24/7, and she's here to talk about plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. And then I think that's Deputy Dollar. Is that right? Deputy Dollar. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, I thought today would be a good day to bring this up because I can't believe the number of inquiries I get about this. Mark, I want you to chime in because you're the king of doing this. But I want to talk about, we have a big listenership of small businesses and sole proprietors and LLCs and people who, in addition to their job, they have a business, or they quit their job to start a business, or they are thinking about starting a business. And over the years, we talked to so many people. I've often told people I'm smart because I cataloged and remembered and listened, not because I'm smart. Meaning that if you do this show as long as I've been doing, and then as Mark joined me as long as he's been doing, you just automatically become smarter on issues because you hear so many of them and you start categorizing them, cataloging them, keeping them. And I've done a really good job of cataloging. I have a whole sheet here. You name a topic and I'll give you problems. So starting a business, do you know what the first thing I think comes up they get wrong? Mark, I don't expect you to guess what I'm thinking, but what would you say would be
They don't calculate. Most people don't calculate their own time.
Mark, that is absolutely one of the top, absolutely positively one of the top 5. They don't calculate their time. So they want to run a business, right? And they're thinking, oh, this is how much profit it makes. But they didn't calculate that they're going to be doing the work. If it's a sole proprietorship or even just a small company with a few people and you work your ass off 90 hours a week or whatever. So when you don't account for your time, that profit's not really profit. You have to account for your time because otherwise you end up buying yourself a bad job. You literally buy a bad job or invest and make a bad job. You have to account for your time. And you know, accounting for your time means a lot because if you can work and make that much money, why have a business? Unless your goal in business is to grow it so eventually you make more than you can make working, or you hope to, and so many small businesses, their panacea is growing the business and then selling it. And that is successful sometimes. It really is. And then you move on to something else. So not accounting for your time is definitely one of them. But I want you to think about this and comment on it. If you're on YouTube, my morons love commenting. You can call and comment or just listen. One of the things I have here is the first thing. And I'm going to give you a hint, and then I want you to guess. And you can text me as well. Let me give you that text number I love. 747-999-5280. That comes right to my cell phone. You can text 24/7 there. 747-999-5280. I'm going to give you a hint. You got an excellent plumber, 100% excellent, master plumber. He's great at doing everything plumbing. He wants to go out on his own. We have an electrician. He's great, or she's great. I don't mean to say he. I'm using he in the generic sense. Or they. They're great at what they do. Everything they do is great, right? Then they want to start a business because, after all, they're an electrician, so they can start an electrical contracting business. Or you have someone who's great at washing windows. You get what I'm saying. They're excellent at their trade, and they start a business. What's the problem there? The problem is most people don't know the difference between a trade and a business. Two completely different things. Hannah Davis is with us from Fix It 24/7. She's not in the trade. Not at all. Doesn't pretend to be. She's in the business. So in the business, she thinks of things like, what would compel people to call the company? Then the tradesmen take over. Hannah, what would compel people to call Fix It today?
What would compel people to call Fix It today? And apologies, everyone.
Oh my God.
I have allergies.
Your voice.
Yes, I promise I did not pick up a smoking habit. It is allergies. But what compels them, Tom, is not spending thousands and thousands down the line when an absolute accident that can be avoided occurs.
Yeah,
So what we're talking about right now specifically is flooding in homes, which we see all the time.
And that's the sump pump. See, here's the thing. If people did preventive maintenance, like I learned the other day, and you guys installed a water heater in my home, it sat there and I never had it flushed. And I used to think, you know what? You know, that flushing every year or two is a gimmick. It really isn't. Had I had that flushed, they told me I would have got another 10 years out of it. And it was 10 years old. It was a really good heater. And then they put the new one in and they said, now, Tom, you have it serviced every year, and it will never, not never, but it will last so long you won't believe it, because we're taking out the harmful minerals. They do the flush.
Yes.
They change the anode. I didn't realize you guys did that. The anode is a sacrificial anode that gives itself up to keep water from corroding the tank. Water goes for the short circuit, so they go for the sacrificial anode first. It doesn't go to the tank. I'm telling you, man, they want their number one mission is preventive. Their number two mission is to try to fix it. Their number three is replacement. You have to understand that. That's third on their list. First is to prevent it. Second is to fix it. Third is to replace it. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255. And while we're talking about all kinds of stuff, let's talk about waterpros.net, the best water systems for softening and conditioning and purifying, getting rid of plastics, chemicals, forever chemicals, and drinking water, all for $39.95. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554.
Wow, breaking early.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
The Tree Farm's early spring.
Yeah, I was a little worried. I was going to ask how you were doing, but
hey, how do you like my shot?
Huge savings. See what's on sale.
You told me I was a little head.
Autumn Blaze maple trees.
Well, it,
5-year-old.
It's nice, isn't
your
it?
neck in that other shot.
It's nice, isn't it?
Yes, actually, and I'm going to... Hey, 10 away.
Okay.
Come see.
I'm going to move the camera in here, too. But 10 away.
235, then 5 miles west to the tree farm.
Panic. That's what people do when they're in trouble. An excessive traffic violation, maybe multiple cars, maybe traffic, speeding, maybe a DUI, or an argument with a neighbor, and they call up and report you and say you were threatening them. Whatever it is, you panic. What do? Don't go to the Google and the internet and try to find someone short notice. Ever. Don't ever do that. I've done the shopping for you. I hope you never need them. But this is a name I want you to keep in case you do, or a loved one. Joe Lazzara, Lazzara. He'll do criminal defense, no questions asked, no money. Here's the thing, no money for initial consultations, free of charge, then flat rate pricing. You see, so many attorneys will never do that. Joe Lazzara will. So you can find him at referralist.com or lazzaralegal.com, Lazzara, and his number is 303-429-6200.
You are so sweet.
Oh, I have to do zero res, right?
15, 17.
Oh, was there a pause? I'll come back in a minute. How's that?
I just saw zero. I didn't see it the first time I looked. But I'll do zero res.
Really?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yes, please. 45 away, Tom.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I'll feed your program again. Here you go.
Beautiful, it's hard to describe. The ranch will be offered in smaller ranches. Here's an example. 35 acres with electric, just $59.9. The ranches border BLM, have good roads with electric, and are in a good water area. It is beautiful, private, and unrestricted. Build on it, RV on it, hunt on it, or just buy and hold. Saturday, April 26, 35 acres with electric, just $59.9. Financing is available. Learn more. Take a video tour at 866CORanch.com. Then call 866-CO-RANCH. That's call or click 866CORanch.com.
You know what's funny? We talk about clean water and supplements and exercising and health. A lot of people, if you see social media, they're obsessed with it. But when it comes to cleaning their home, they don't even consider the harmful chemicals and noxious odors and air and crap in their house, the residue. That's why I love Zero Res. Sure, they get my carpets clean. Of course they do. Sure, they get my tile and grout clean, my upholstery, my mattresses, any flat surface, the stone, or any kind of countertop. Yes. But there's more to it than that. They get it really clean, zero resified, with no harmful chemicals. They use alkaline-based, super soft, purified water, the best cleaning agent in nature, and even your indoor air quality is better. I love these people. Ask him for the Martino special. 3 rooms starting at $119, $75 off duct cleaning. The Martino special. I love Zero Res. The only ones I use in my home. Give them a call. 303-471-5150 or ZeroResDenver.com.
This is.
Thank you. You rock. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
Fun part of the show.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Am I chopped liver or something? You introduce everyone in the studio.
Oh, we didn't know you were here, Dollar.
Oh, I
That's
didn't
my
hear it.
fault.
I
thought he
I'm
said
sorry,
that.
man.
I
He
said
did
Deputy
say it.
Dollar
You
right
have
at
order.
I said Deputy
Let me
Dollar
see
in
the
the very
order.
beginning.
You did. Hey, Tom?
Hey,
Yeah.
Tom.
Tom?
Yeah.
I have a question. I've been trying to get to you for 2 days. I'll do it on the air. So when you get a break, just
Yeah.
let me
Good. Good.
pipe in, okay?
Yes, sir.
Doc has a question. All right.
You just talk right now.
Hey, babe.
No microphone offline.
Hey, babe, I sent you the agreement to look at. I hope that's what you meant.
Me?
No, babe, Mark.
Oh.
The guy I'm married to.
Which is still a goddamn mystery.
You know that fella. Oh, Tommy, I love my ex. Oh, my God.
Damn.
His name's Fred.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're naming him yet. Or her. Or it. They. It identifies
I
as a
think
they.
Shannon's the only one that got that.
Would you understand if I said you should call it Jonathan?
No.
Because of the gull wing doors? Jonathan Livingston Seagull? No?
They're gull wing doors.
They're
He was a
falcon
seagull.
wings.
No, they're
Jonathan
gull-
Livingston
they're gull
Seagull.
wings.
Seagull.
Oh, hell.
Jonathan Livingston Seagull.
I don't understand what you're saying. I see lives.
On your, I copy and pasted what you typed up for me yesterday. You did not address Martino lives. You addressed the call-ins. You addressed the recorded, but not the 30-second lives.
So what you sent me is from last month.
No, what I sent you is the order for this coming up.
Monday through Friday, 10A to 2P, 4 at 50. What is that
Yeah,
then?
those are on Monday and Tuesday. You didn't specify, so I wanted to be sure Monday and Tuesday are cool.
Next Monday?
I see what you're saying.
Next Tuesday?
Oh,
Yeah.
God bless America.
How do you do it?
No,
Steve?
that's exactly how I want them, Monday and
perfect.
Tuesday.
Okay, perfect. And you
All
can
right,
ignore it.
Here you go, Tom.
Pilled America.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. What are the mistakes business people make when they start? One, they don't know the difference between a trade and a business. They may be an excellent electrician, a plumber, HVAC tech. They might be excellent at contracting, building garages, building homes, finished carpentry, handyman, but they don't know squat about business. And because they don't know squat about business, they concentrate on the trade. And when they get money, they don't know that some of them are really, they might use credit cards for all the supplies they need. And then they get paid and they forget they have a credit card bill. So the cost of sale, COS, is totally denied, or they don't accurately figure their costs. For example, I always pick on these big companies, but you take like Fix-It 24/7 or Plumbline or another giant company, these good companies, great service companies. They have to take into account all of their expenses and then leverage that over all of their people and equipment. So everything has a cost to it. When that van runs, every hour it's costing the company a certain amount of money. Dead costs, bottom line dead costs. And so many times people say, well, wait a minute, I can buy a water heater at Home Depot and then I can have Johnny across the street and his cousin put it in. You know, no one can compete with those costs, but it's so foolhardy when it comes to warranties, burning down your house, getting the accurate If you don't do it properly, you shorten its life. I don't have to get into that. What I'm saying is this, is you have to figure your cost and you have to know how to run a business. And I'm going to tell you how to do that. We've had so many inquiries on starting a business. I'm going to tell you how to do that stuff. Right now, I want to talk to John. He has a solar system issue. And as you know, John, we promote a solar company. What's going on with you?
Hey, Tom. Yeah, Red Rocks Roofing and Solar.
Yeah. Now, what's your issue?
Go
ahead.
So I talked to you when Brandy was on. I think it's Brandy from Red Rocks.
Her name is Brooke.
Brooke. Yeah. So she was there about a month and a half ago, and I was talking about, I think it was with Mark, about the solar system I have not producing. And Brooke mentioned the microinverters possibly not functioning. So I did a little investigating, and sure enough, those microinverters are kaput. And
hey, John, can you tell me, did you say microconverters?
Microinverters.
Okay, got it. Okay. So what happened then? So she predicted that without even seeing the system?
Right. And she said, it seems to be unusual, and especially the system hasn't even been running for 5 years.
Now, by the way, did Red Rocks do your system? Are you complaining about them, or is it another company?
No, it was a company called Blue Sky, and I'm almost positive that they're not in business anymore.
Okay, so
which is not unusual.
Now, Red Rocks will service them even if they didn't put them in.
Correct. So what I did was, so she recommended, finding, so it's a company called AP Systems, and she's saying that they should warranty them for like upwards of 25 years. So I contacted AP Systems of North America and emailed them, and they immediately emailed me back wanting a serial number basically on the inverters.
Are they the manufacturer of the inverters?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I sent those numbers to them, and this was, like I said, about 6 weeks ago, and I have not heard anything back. And I've emailed them multiple times since then to see why they're not responding to me. And honestly, I think they think I'm just the homeowner, and that's their least of their priorities. I'm not a technician or a solar company, so they're like, yeah, whatever.
Well, but really, so Brooke over who's acting as your expert, Red Rocks Roof and Solar, she said the bad microinverters are warranted.
Yeah, she believes that AP Systems, and I'm pretty confident she's correct that these things should be warranted, and but I have not heard anything yet from.
How old are they?
AP Systems saying.
How old are they?
They're not even 5 years old. Less than 5.
And how long did she say the warranty was?
Well, I've seen that they could be up to 25 years.
Now, I'm asking, okay, do you know that?
I don't know for sure.
Okay. So they never got back to you.
My main thing recently is, they're not communicating with me.
So
hey, I don't know why that
Dollar,
is.
I have an idea. He accused me of not acknowledging him, which I did in the very beginning. I said, there's Ugly Doc. Oh, and who's that? Oh, that's Deputy Dollar. Deputy Dollar, he's good at getting through these company sorts. This guy says he has some microinverters under warranty. It's that simple. And they should get back to him, and they didn't. Did you see any warranties? Did you go online, or do you have a printed warranty anywhere?
I personally don't.
Then don't you
and
think...
I did mention to them that the company that put them in is defunct.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. You need to go, you need to find AP Systems website or the name of the inverter website, and you need to go and read the terms and conditions of a warranty. If we call them...
I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. If Deputy Dollar, if he was to call them and say, well, we don't have a warranty, how would you prove it, John?
Gotcha. Yeah.
All right, so hold
yeah,
on.
my only
Hold
basis
on, and let's
was
figure it out, okay?
what Brooke
let's,
was saying.
Let's figure it out. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, I have a text
Hey,
here.
Tom, can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay, we got a call from Brent Herrick about he had rented a car from, I think it was Enterprise. Oh, sorry. And when he returned it, he said the brakes are not working. So they told him, don't drive the car, we'll have it towed. He got
I remember
bill
that.
for $211. Okay. Then when I further talked to him, I'm sorry, it wasn't, it was James, not Brent something else. It was James. So then when I talked to James, he called me and said when he spoke to the people at Enterprise, they said the brakes were working, that they didn't need any repairs, and they still build them. So he wants to know if that changes the paradigm in any way.
No.
My feeling is it doesn't. I mean, if he reported the brakes don't work and had it towed, that was his responsibility.
That's right.
Because the brakes were working.
That's right. It was his
so
responsibility.
That doesn't change it.
If he called a false alarm and they towed it, what they're saying is that if it wasn't there, if it was bad brakes, they said they would have covered it, right?
I think that's what they said. But the point is, they're claiming that the brakes are working. So I just wanted to run it past you.
Listen, if he reported a problem and there's no problem, then he should have to pay for the tow, in my opinion. But at the same time, he's going to say, well, there was a problem. They fixed it. And now they won't. You know, who knows? I mean, there's really, this is an unfightable thing. I mean.
Hey, I think
Go ahead.
Keep going. I think I figured out what's going on with this warranty.
Okay, hold on that. And then let me just finish on this one thing real quick. Look, the guy says it didn't have brakes. They say the brakes are fine. Did they sneak in and do a brake job and now they want to get him for the tow?
I doubt it.
Me too. I mean, if that's his accusation, then tell him to bring us proof. That's what I tell people. You know what? We're not going on wild goose chases, but we'll help you if we think we got something there. But we're not going to send out an investigator to see if they did a brake job. I say bring us proof. Otherwise, we can't help you. It's your responsibility when you have a rental car, including having it towed. Now, if it turned out that there was a real problem, I think they should have reimbursed him. 303-713. Go ahead, Jess. Since there wasn't, then he is responsible. By the way, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com will give you a free market valuation of your home for the asking. He'll tell you what it will sell for based on his experience of 30 years, the market, the comps, the neighborhood, supply and demand, interest rates, all of it free of charge. 303-920-1622. No obligation either. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
No, we've had a few delays just north of the metro. One accident southbound approaching the Erie exit. It looks like it's clearing, but it did back up past, in fact, Highway 52 there at Dacono. It's probably about a mile's worth of heavy jamming, and the Longmont Boulder diagonal south on 119. Approaching Mineral Construction has traffic backed up for about a mile also. University at Evans on one accident, southbound 25 coming into downtown's a little sluggish, along with 270 and even 225 around the Stillway. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This week on Red Pilled America, we travel back to the dawn of the 16th century to uncover the roots of what it really means to be an American. You think you know the story? Think again. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
You know, there are not many businesses that will give you a price on the phone. Really, just try it. The Art of Granite is different. They will price the job on the phone. You give them some footage and, some measurements, and then you give them maybe a few pics, and they can tell you what that will cost. Countertops, granite or natural stone of any kind, or man-made materials, theartofgranite.com does it. Tear out and haul away is always free, and they have many incentives depending on when you call them. They have free edge treatments, free backsplashes, free vanities in the bath when you do the kitchen, free sinks. Call them, 303-386-5919. Get your price, theartofgranite.com. Hey, I have partnered with American Financing because they have a smart equity loan. And it's a fixed rate, and it'll get you out of debt quickly if you have high interest debt. It's way lower than that 20 and 30% you're paying on credit cards. Yeah, that's what you're paying. Listen, you'll get better credit. You'll have room to breathe. You can even pay down that faster now that it's a lower interest rate. Go to American Financing and find out about their smart equity loans. Some can qualify with a bank statement. What you need to do is call them, 303-695-7000, 695-7000, or AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 1.
You're a hell of a guy, Tom.
Hey.
519.
Appreciate it.
Yep, I'm not going to tell anybody why, but this guy is screwed, blued, and tattooed. Cool. And cool, he says. I bet money on it, but I can't be certain.
Huh. How much time do I have?
3:20.
Okay, thanks.
Dark woke.
Is that like a new Cadbury chocolate flavor?
No, it's what the Dems are now doing. Dark woke. Coming soon to a theater near you. Ah! Don't buy a Tesla! Ah! Trump! Trump! Dark woke. They should have a dark woke Tesla version.
Ooh. Somebody texted Ryan Schilling the other day that Trump was a hypocrite because he's changed his position on EVs. Who? What?
Yeah, it happened.
Who changed their position on EVs? Wait, what?
Yeah, I know. What do you say?
I don't think he's burning them. I guess buying them, he's possibly changed it.
Did you see the guy that worked for Walls? They're only going to go after deferment.
Yep.
That's right. I bet some mega guy sets him on fire. I would never condone anything like that, but they're just asking for trouble by not doing anything. Like, literally, they're asking for trouble. They make up laws to go after Trump. Literally, just make them up.
It's nice that your vehicle has Sentry mode. I wish it had defense mode.
It does.
It has biodefense weapon. That's defensive.
You can drive through. You can be 99.9% drive through like anthrax, and you'll be okay.
Yeah, biohazard defense
As long as you don't roll down the window.
Just a crack? What if you have a dog that needs to stick its head out?
Case, I hate to break it to you, I'm splitting. In 25 minutes, I'm going to a shoot of a new show, and it is going to have video, and it's going to be cool as shit, and it's going to have Willie B, and it's going to have Leland, and it's going to have me, and who's the other person? Who's the other person?
Is it Willie B?
I already said Willie.
You never told me anything about it, so I have no idea. I just learned this morning.
Oh.
I've been in the dark on that one, or you would have had it on your calendar today.
No offense, sounds like trouble.
It's going to be trouble. We're going to talk dark woke.
Oh, so I'm not taking you home. I'm taking you to...
No, you're taking me to my house so I can get my car.
Oh, okay.
It's downtown at some TV studio.
Yeah,
or
that's
some
what
shit.
Suzanne said.
Where's your car?
Home. We had it all worked out, but
now Dollar's got to drive you to
Franktown.
Dark Franktown.
Franktown.
Hey, Martino, your troublemaker, troubleshooter, helping you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Don't forget Compass Insurance, free insurance checkups. That's really important. Make sure you're not overinsured, underinsured, paying too much. You're never paying too little. They can tell you if they can save you money, though. It's free, no obligation, and honest. 303-996-9000. So Mark has done some research online, as I suggested John do, because without a warranty in hand, you have to go by what they publish. And he said, I have some bad microinverters. They should be covered under the solar system warranty, because I was told they have a warranty. I said, did you see the warranty? No. Do you know where to find the warranty? No. Do you know what the warranty says? No. Mark, what does the warranty say?
Well, the good news is the warranty is 25 years, and it looks like they can send somebody out, and they'll eyeball it, and if there is a problem with it other than, vandalism or something along that, then it's warranted for 25 years. But there are a few exclusions. Number one, has it been moved from the original installation location? Number two, normal appearance of the product, including fading and scratching, but it doesn't affect the normal function. So basically it's saying if it's ugly but works, they're not going to swap it out. But the big problem for this guy is probably this one, which, by the way, is actually the number one exclusion listed. If the product is not purchased from AP Systems or an entity explicitly authorized by it for resale, no warranty whatsoever. Then I went and looked up the company he gave us, Blue Sky, and there is no such company listed.
At the time, maybe, was the company?
Maybe.
Somebody called, Frequent Flyer Bill called and said his neighbor uses Blue Sky Solar all the time. Says they are in business, so I don't know.
Blue Sky Solar?
Yeah. Whether they're in business or not, Blue Sky, that's this guy's problem. But what I'm saying is Blue Sky at this very second is not an authorized reseller or an installer of this product. So he's SOL if that's the case when he bought it.
Is that the case? Do you know anything about Blue Sky? Did you try calling Blue Sky?
Yeah, I haven't been able to attempt, there's no contact with this company. As far as I could tell, they're not.
Hold on. Is it Blue Sky? So right here, go blueskysolar.com. Is that the company?
No, Mark, I think it's just Blue Sky.
Yeah, here's the problem. There's Blue Sky Solar and Roofing, Blue Sky Solar and Roofing LLC with a different website. And then there's, here's one that says defunct solar firm leaves Brighton family stuck in the mud. And this is Blue Sky in Goodleap. And that's a Denver Post deal. So maybe they are out of business. But how would we find out if they were ever on there?
True. Yeah, or if they're authorized for.
Well, the company should know. But here's the other thing I read: you need to literally go to their website, meaning AP Systems, and it tells you how to get an RMA. Forget about calling them or emailing them. You got to go through the RMA process, which looks pretty straightforward. Then they're going to either issue you an RMA or not.
Gotcha.
It's a good. That's a good recommendation.
Yeah. I'm just curious, they're just not, there's no communication with them for these 6 weeks now, so they're just I don't know.
Yeah, but you mean with Blue Sky or AP Systems?
Directly with AP Systems.
AP Systems, listen, I don't care who it is, you got to go through an RMA process. Just emailing or talking to someone is going to mean very little. You got to literally fill that out. Then it goes right to their warranty department and the ball starts rolling. You have to go through that. Just look for the RMA link on there. You go. In fact, I'll tell you this. You go to usa.apsystems.com. This is a big global company. Whoever you're talking about at customer service, it just doesn't matter. You need to go through the warranty and basically go through. You have to first register it. then get the installation done, which you already did, and then basically you're going to say it's broken, you need a return authorization, and then they'll go through and figure out how it was sold. If they're going to do it, then you got to go from there.
Okay. Yeah, originally the first email, they emailed me back and were curious about the serial number on the things, and since then they have not gotten back to me. But
these clowns that went out of business, if that's true, at Blue Sky and whoever they were, and I hate even saying that because there's other Blue Sky companies that are different that are still in business. So the bottom line, though, is they might have bought this at a garage sale. They might have not been a professional installer. You might have zero warranty on that.
Yeah, and I don't think they even registered it probably, in which I'm guessing they probably should have.
Yeah, but if they were at the time, you can go through and register it now. In fact, that's exactly what I would do. You already took a picture of the serial number. Right. Go through, register it, and then fill out the RMA.
That makes sense.
At least
okay,
try.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Look, at least try and see what happens, and then get back to us. Good work, Mark. Eva, what's going on with you, Eva? Welcome to the show.
Hi, Tom. Hey, I got to tell you. You made a mistake saying, you think you made a mistake saying troublemaker. No, you are. You're a troublemaker for people that mess up. Okay?
Okay, good point.
Please change it. Call yourself a troublemaker. You sure are.
How about if I want to
make
Mark the troublemaker. I want to be the troubleshooter and make Mark.
No, you're the troublemaker.
Now, Eva.
Mark?
Eva can't stand me.
What?
Why?
Oh. Yeah, I love you,
Okay,
Mark.
well, wrong Eva.
No, I never let.
It's not the wrong Eva. It's the right Eva. It's the diva Eva. Eva the diva.
You're good with names today.
Hey, Eva, is your life Eva?
Really?
Is your life happy, or do you still have leeches?
Oh my God!
Oh, that's this Eva. Eva, you're a glutton. A glutton for punishment.
I'm just asking if she still has leeches.
I am.
Of course.
I do, but
sometimes
the biggest one is in Pennsylvania today, trying to get into college over there. So if he's out of the state, that will make life easier.
Are you paying for his college too?
Oh, hell no.
Not that she knows of.
Wait a minute. I need to know this. How is he going to pay for college?
Well, he's out there hoping to get a scholarship.
Well, you know what? You got to give him credit for trying something like that, right?
Yeah. Oh, I do. And it's nice to have him out of my hair for a week at least.
Okay. Well, Eva,
remember when.
Go ahead.
Well, hold on. Just remember, when removing a leech, you want to gently do it. You want to use something like a credit card or a fingernail and slowly pry it away from you.
No, you want to use a torch.
You hit it with the tip of a cigarette.
No,
right?
then the problem is it could stick in you.
No, you touch it with a hot cigarette.
Yep, that's what the military guys used to do. Eva, thank you for calling. Bob, welcome to the show. Bob is with LEM Landscaping. Bob, what's going on?
Tom, I just have to take a minute. I want people to understand how important your referral list is. This week alone, and all year, but this week alone, I've had 7 people call because of your referral list. All 7 of them signed. And my point of calling to give you the kudos is because when they call and they tell me that they got you me from you, I give them a $500 discount, and I haven't even seen the job yet.
Wow.
And I just think people need to understand how important your referral list is to have the quality companies. I always tell them, Tom knows us, Mark knows us. They know the quality of work we do. We stand behind everything we do. And that's all it takes is to know that, like I said, I just signed one up in Brighton. It's a little simple job, but you get it because of you.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you.
But I'm just saying, I want to give you the kudos.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. Thanks for calling. We take that very seriously. In fact, I sometimes overhear.
Hey,
Mark,
we need landscape. We need landscapers on the referral list, too. I mean, think of what Bob just said. 7 calls. Landscapers out there, look, you got to go. Just email us at help@troubleshooter.com. You got to be good, though. None of this BS. You got to be able to pass a background check. You got to have some reviews out there. We're going to look into you. But if you're a good landscaper, we need you.
Yeah, and Bob on LEM Landscaping, he's done such a marvelous job. Hey, listen. Mark, I sometimes overhear even because he's always, well, not always, but he chases down a problem. So if you have a problem with a contractor on our list or anyone, Mark looks into them first, then we go further if we need to. Anyway.
You know what Hannah told me?
What's that?
Yeah, I'm being serious. Listen to this. We were talking about sump pumps, and I'm saying this because I had to have mine checked, not where we live now. But when we lived in Castle Rock, we had one fail. And let me tell you, if your sump pump fails and you don't have a French drain system, which most people don't, if they have a sump pump, you are in a world of if you know what I'm saying.
Yes, you are.
They're going to go out. Check this out. If you have not, and I'm going to make this very clear to people, I don't even know if I have a sump pump. If you have a basement, you most likely have a sump pump. And if you haven't checked and made sure it's working, it very well might not be working, and when the rain comes, the hail comes and melts quick, you might have a lot of damage in your house that may or may not be covered under insurance because it's a flood. So listen, how much? $49? $49. What are you guys going to do?
$49. And can I also say, Mark, thank you so much for speaking. You know I'm losing my voice right now. You said it absolutely perfectly. A lot of folks don't know if they have this. One of the key tenets we have is education, coming out and doing that maintenance. What they're going to do is they're going to clean it out, get all that dirt, grime out of there. That's what causes the breakdown. It's the easiest fix. The way I explain it to folks, it's like getting your oil changed in your car. Do this, and it will work, and it will save you the as you say.
It's nuts. I mean, it's $49.
Yes.
How do you guys verify it's working? I mean, do you literally like fill it with water?
They fill it with water. They clean it out, so it will actually collect.
So you clean it too?
Yes.
Like the filter?
It's a deep cleaning. It's a maintenance. They want to make sure it is up to speed, up to grade. They spend up to 2 hours doing this. And just like Tom was saying earlier.
Wait a minute. You're telling me they come out for $49 and literally spend 2 hours making sure this is good?
Hey,
do
Mark,
they do the no breakdown guarantee?
Yeah, they do that. Do you know why we spend that? Do you know why we do that price?
Why?
We don't make money on that price.
Well, you don't make anything on it. You
because
lose money on that
they want you
price.
to call them in the future.
Tom, you got it. You got it, Tom. Right there. We want lifelong customers.
All right,
Exactly.
we'll get the info out after this, but let's take a break.
Right.
Well said.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Now, we've had a few delays just north of the metro. One accident southbound approaching the Erie exit. It looks like it's clearing, but it did back up.
Every time I see Vistara, it looks like vegetarian. I don't know why.
Probably about a mile's worth of
Vegetarian investments.
Boulder diagonal south on 119. Approaching Mineral, construction has traffic backed up for about a mile also. University at Evans on one accident. Southbound 25 coming into downtown's a little sluggish, along with 270 and even 225 around the spillway. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll explain how Crayola crayons came to be. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Okay, if you're a personal injury attorney, raise your hand. Do you talk to clients who call the very first time if they want to talk to you and noodle their case? The answer is probably no. John Fuller's the only one I know that does that. You don't have to commit to him. You don't have to have any obligation. You want to talk to John, find out what he's all about, ask about your case, what it's worth, what he'll do, what your next step should be. He'll tell you. Fuller Law. John Fuller's the only one who does this. No call center, no intake committee. You talk to him. When you do hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis, and he gives you his cell phone number to use whenever you need it. 303-597-4500, 597-4500. Hey, you've heard me talk about Vistara Turnkey. In fact, I'm doing it. you can buy a house, a rental, without the conventional hassles, and you can do it with Vestera Turnkey. They counsel you on where to buy, when to buy, the management company of the rental, and all of the stuff in between. They take the hassle off your back, and you get the returns 30 to 80% a year. VesteraTurnkey.com or MyBiggestReturn.com.
Yeah, a little. All right, want to say goodbye?
Are you leaving now, or are you going back?
We're going. I'll leave right at the top.
Okay. All righty then.
It's nice having Suze here, but she cusses a lot.
I'm a cusser. Hey, Mark. Oh God. I'm assuming, Mark. Marky Mark in the fancy pants. His pants are so fancy. Marky. Mark.
Here he comes.
Does Hannah know how to get back in?
What's that?
Did Hannah go to the bathroom?
Yeah, I gave her my card.
Okay.
It's kind of funny how the women's, you have to have a card.
Yeah.
Right.
It kind of just dawned on me.
Yeah. Just now?
Yeah, literally.
Well,
Because
it's
when you
okay
go to the
locking them
men's,
out.
you don't need one.
I don't mind locking them out.
Remember, at first, you would just die in the red room because you'd
Yeah.
be stuck in there forever. I love that. There was no... If the building caught on fire and you didn't have a card, or if we lost power, you would just die in the red room.
Yeah.
That's why it's red.
The
It's a good
fire
place to
marshal
die.
said, I don't think so.
That had to be even fun for them to discover. Huh. Is this a dead end? Yeah, Bob, it is. Huh.
What was the name of that place Miles might be going?
It's called Chadron, Nebraska. It's a CHADRON, I think.
God
Chadron.
bless these towns.
Chadron.
Just-
I had a father-in-law from there.
Troubleshooter Show.
For
What's
real?
your first name?
Yeah.
Nebraska?
Yep.
Lisa, in a sentence or less. What did you want to talk to Tom about on the show today?
There's a little college
the
there
oil
that's a big
company.
deal.
No, Shadron.
Oh, you mean
Yeah.
for Fix It 24/7?
CHADRON.
Oh,
Yeah.
you got a pen?
Grandpa Bob.
Okay, let me give you their phone number. They're such great people.
Oh, my God, the population. Miles is going to be the only person there.
Pretty much.
Okay, guess what the population is?
Of what?
17,000?
Shadron.
Fix It
Dude, you are
24/7,
so far off, it's not even funny.
12,300.
You're freaking close, Doc. 5,200.
You are most
Okay.
welcome, Lisa. Call me anytime, darling.
I thought it was 3 times that. All right.
Ah.
Suzanne.
What?
Shadron is 5,000 people.
Well, he's going to be miserable there.
Holy shit. He can probably buy the
But
town.
The big town is called Alliance or Allegiant.
Alliance.
That's the Alliance. How many people does Alliance have?
How far is it, though?
Not far. Look on the map.
It's border town.
That's all part of that Lake McConaughey area.
Only 8,000 people.
That's a big town, man.
The closest town is Scottsbluff or probably Rapid City. Rapid City's
Let me
an hour
tell
and a
you,
half
when your
away.
closest town is Scotts Bluff, you're fucked.
Or Rapid City might be closer. Hour and a half.
Oh, my God. This
God's
kid, by the
country.
time he's going to be, oh, geez. Here's the good news about that. At a quarter plus, you could literally probably buy the town. I mean, he could retire there by 30.
Look out for meth.
He'll never find a wife there, though.
How do you know?
It's
There
too
could
small
be
of a town.
He's
just
too
the
small.
perfect
He's
woman
too
right
small
there.
of a guy.
Slim Pickens.
Oh, that's her name.
I won't tell you what he said about Norfolk. He did date the one lady who's, how do you put this? She had a kid, which isn't that big of a deal.
Yes, it
but,
is.
Here we come.
But bathing today.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Don't forget, you get that $49 check of the sump pump and adjustments and cleaning. You know, they get gunked up and a no breakdown guarantee, and they take care of the sump pit and make sure that your home will not be flooded. If you're not even sure you have a sump pump, if you have a basement, most likely you do. And but it's really important. You can call them or you can go to fixmyhome.com, book now. Fixmyhome.com, book now. Or 720-526-3939. Pat You want to know about Colorado Springs code enforcement. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, but let's talk. Let's toss it around. What's happening, Pat?
Good morning, Tom.
Hey.
Love your show.
Thank you, man.
The neighbor, it's a duplex. One of the people have a dog, and they haven't cleaned up after it for a year.
Hey, Pat, when you say it's a duplex,
Filthy.
are you in half of the duplex and this person in the other half, or is there a duplex next to you?
There's a duplex next to me.
Got it. And you're saying one of the people there,
so
of the people there is a pig.
Yes.
And how much excrement is in the yard?
A year's worth, Tom, at least. I've never seen him.
What
pick it up.
a crappy problem to have.
It's
Makes great fertilizer, though.
No, seriously. Seriously, though, did you call code enforcement or did you call the health department?
I emailed the health department also, but code enforcement called me on March 11th and said they were going to send a letter to the owner.
That's right. That's right.
He might have a third party claim against the landlord.
I don't know if he would, though. I don't. You know what, though? Actually, hang on. Let's explore this. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
So in Chadron, a downtown loft. You ready? How much you think it is a month for a downtown loft there? They call it a cottage, sleeps 4, 2 bedrooms, air conditioning, microwave, kitchen, and it's got heating. $177 a month.
What?
$177 a month. Cozy 2-bedroom basement apartment, pet friendly, $100 a month.
That's crazy.
You lying mofo.
Oh my God! I'm trying to find something that is nice.
You lying mofo.
He's going to be screwed. That's the problem with taking this place.
He's a lying mofo.
There's nothing here.
What about
you're better off just there's nothing even to buy.
Mark, what about one of these like Hampton Inn or places where they're, sort of semi apartments, but they're in a.
Oh my! How would you live out of that for a year? I mean, I guess he could, but
I don't know.
In fact, I doubt they have a hotel. Hold on, Doc. I bet they don't even have a hotel. Let's see here. They have a Holiday Inn Express.
Yeah, something like that.
God, I couldn't imagine living in a Holiday Inn Express.
It was just a suggestion until you find something.
Oh, yeah, definitely. All right, you ready?
Yeah, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick and then...
Have fun on your shoe.
Yeah.
Is this a pilot?
Kind of. With the video it is. The show has been around for a while, then it went away, then it came back, then it went away, but it's never been on video.
I'm going to move you over.
It's basically like The View.
Yeah.
Except it's all men.
Oh, fantastic.
It's the opposite of The View.
Did you log out of your email?
I don't know. It's the first time I'm there downtown. No, I didn't log out of anything.
So playing musical chairs, huh?
Doug, please sign out of your email on that one.
I will.
I don't know. I was going to send it to you.
All right, give me a kiss. I'm out.
Okay. See you later.
Mark, thanks for getting that hit in. I appreciate it. It was great.
Suzanne will bring it up more, too.
Thank you.
I don't want this to get lost.
Thank you, mister. And there's plug-in right here for you. And we're back on the call screener. All right, and then here's your offline. Okay. And your PGM, is that your water?
Yes.
Okay. Offline, PGM, and then here's your on button to talk. Perfect. Are you okay?
Yes.
Do you need anything?
No, fantastic.
Yeah, I can help out.
We're going to hold down the fort. We got this.
Yep, we got Tom as our backup.
Find out how you can make more at teach.org. Make more. Teach. Brought to you by Teach and Cases.
K-How News Time, 11:03. Douglas County's plan to have voters decide on whether the county should seek home rule power is being challenged in court. A lawsuit alleges that Dutco commissioners violated the state's open meetings law when they were planning the home rule effort. One of the plaintiffs is Republican former county commissioner Laura Thomas.
And we have hard evidence of this, that the commissioners have been meeting with the county attorney, the county manager, sometimes other people, in unposted, unrecorded meetings.
What part of town do you live in, Hannah?
I actually live in Dallas.
In where?
In Dallas, Texas.
What the hell are you doing in Dallas?
We've got one of our locations that is there, and I used to be a TV host there, and then I left to get into marketing. But I come here all the time.
So they have an office in Dallas too?
In Dallas, yeah.
Wow.
It's a great market. It says Denver. Are you from here originally?
I'm originally from New York. As you can tell.
I hear it.
You know, it's funny. I've been here for 40 years, 41 years now. I lived in New York for my first 40 years. And I think once you live in a place that long, it's really hard to change your accent.
Yes.
So, you know, by the time I moved to Denver, I was already 40 years old.
Yeah.
And my speech pattern was ingrained in me.
I love that East Coast sensibility. I love it. And what part of town do you live in?
I live in Southeast Denver. It's 11 miles from here.
Oh, perfect.
You just go a little bit east.
What's the name of the area?
There is no name.
Okay.
It's just by Mississippi and Quebec. So I retired about 8 years ago. I was an OBGYN for 45 years.
Wow.
And then I retired. And you know, when you retire, if your day isn't structured, if you have nothing to do,
yes.
I think physically and emotionally you go crazy.
Mentally, emotionally, yes.
So I do this 4 days a week. I take Tuesdays off to play golf. And, you know, I play golf and do poker on the weekends.
That's incredible.
So, you know, you got to, and also I work for AARP. AARP
this is for retirement?
has a fraud watch helpline. So like this is like a consumer show. The AARP helpline is basically the same thing, except it's from all over the country.
That's amazing.
So, you know, I have something to do, something that I feel like I'm contributing. I was so sick of that.
Ripped off, bad news.
I just showed up one day and I want to help.
You don't have to lose.
Well, no, that's a great, you know, we'd love to have you.
Just as fast as we can.
So it was fortuitous.
Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. This hour brought to you by RenewHomeInnovations.com. The most beautiful walk-in showers and tub shower conversions to a big rectangle shower that you'll ever see. The most beautiful. Sheet porcelain is used for the walls. Oh, you can get other stuff, but sheet porcelain, breathtaking. And it's no maintenance. They can even do backsplashes and wainscoting in your bathroom, or take a look at what they can do. Dream it up. That's the only one with this solid porcelain system. RenewHomeInnovations.com. 303-904-2000. 303-904-2000. That's RenewHomeInnovations.com. Hey, so Pat says basically there's a duplex next to him, and this duplex has a renter who hasn't cleaned up after his dog for a year, and it's full of crap. That seems to be a health or safety issue. So what happened when you called about that?
Like I say, I emailed code enforcement or neighborhood services, and then I did send an email to the health department, but I never heard back. Code enforcement said they would send a letter to the owner, and that did nothing. 2 weeks later, she came out, the code enforcement officer, and gave him 2 weeks to clean up. And what he did is he's got maybe a 30-gallon trash can back there, and it's a third full, and it's right up against the fence, and 5 feet from the door to an
So
RV
wait a minute.
that I own.
So what he did was he cleaned up and made a big pile.
He cleaned a little bit up and put it in a trash can.
So was this as a result of code enforcement?
Yeah, he did it the same day that she left him the notice.
Okay, so
And
code
hasn't done
enforcement.
anything since, and it's been 3 weeks now. Sorry.
They left him a notice and he cleaned up. So call back code enforcement and say it's still not solved.
She won't return the text or calls.
We'll get on that. Who wants to take this one? Call code enforcement down there and say, "Hey, come on, man, let's get this thing done." I mean, it's health and safety issue. Have you taken a picture?
I'll give him a call.
Okay, Deputy Doc, thank you. And
yeah,
have you taken any pictures? Would you send them to us? We collect pictures of crap.
Yes, I will. I've got several.
Okay.
How do I send them to you?
We're going to put you on hold and tell you that Deputy is Suze, our executive producer, is going to get on there and tell you. Hey, let's talk, Doc. You said you had another question that came in from a case you're working on.
Yes, it was a case with let me get it for you. I'm just with my notes. Oh, with Chris. So this is interesting. Chris was in an accident, a multi-car accident, where the at-fault driver, the insurance company, is trying to subrogate it to Safeco, and they won't pay Chris until Safeco pays them, and they can't get. He's getting a total runaround.
I mean, Doc, I don't understand the problem to begin with. There was a multi-car accident. Where was this person who we're helping? Where was she in this multi-car accident?
He or she was the second car, so not the at-fault driver.
So they were not at fault. They were not at fault, and they were the second driver. And the at-fault insurance company is not paying. Is it a he or she?
It's he.
The insurance is not paying him. Why? Why is the at-fault insurance not paying the guy that contacted us?
we can't get a straight answer. I have called his insurance company multiple times, and they say that they're holding it up because Safeco, who is the at-fault driver's insurance, is not communicating with them. And after making several calls and getting the runaround, I told Chris the best way to get some action is to file a complaint in small claims against the at-fault driver.
Exactly.
Who will then make sure that his insurance company will get on the ball.
Now, how did the at-fault driver cause the accident?
I didn't ask because it was at fault. That's all Chris said. I didn't think it was important as long as he admitted to being at fault.
Okay. So the first car is at fault and insured by Safeco. The second car is the victim. Are there cars? Are there more cars?
No, that was it.
Okay. So the second car is the victim, and who insures them?
Correct.
Who insures them?
I forget who it was, Tom.
Well, whoever it is, I want you to tell the victim.
Right.
I want you to tell the victim that his insurance company should be covering him for everything if he's fully insured, and it is not contingent upon Safeco getting in touch with them. They're full of crap. So whoever they are, they're giving them a line of crap. When you're in an accident,
I told them that.
Yeah, when you're in an accident and the at-fault driver doesn't communicate or the insurance doesn't communicate, your insurance doesn't get a pass. So that's where we're at. I would target his insurance. I would also do a small claim court against the guy.
I told him two things. File a claim and then call the insurance commissioner.
Well, I say, yeah, or call your insurance company and threaten to call the commissioner. I mean, listen, this thing sucks. This really sucks. Now, if you can call code enforcement down there, Doc, this guy,
I will.
If this guy makes a pile of dog poop inside his yard and it's affecting neighbors, they need to do something about it. They really do need to do something about it. 303-713-TALK.
I will call them as soon as I get the info.
713-8255. I have a text here for Hannah. Hannah, they don't know if they have a sump pump. They don't know if they have a sump pump. They have a pit that gathers water, but they don't know if there's a pump. Do you guys install sump pumps?
We do sub pump installations, and also a pit is generally part of the sub pump, and that's part of the cleaning that we do. And again, to Mark's point, if you've got a basement, 99% likelihood you have a sub pump.
Okay, so go to fixmyhome.com, find out more. And they will take care of it. So it's pretty cool. They will take care of it, and they'll look at it and do a service for $49. Now, that doesn't fix it. Of course, they won't charge you that. They'll credit you toward replacing it if you need to. Okay, so we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Stick around. And I want to hear from small business people. I'm giving you free information. I'm telling you something. I'm a paid consultant for a lot of stuff like this. When people are starting businesses or wondering why their businesses have stalled, and they're stale, what I want you to do is take advantage of this free of charge information. I have all kinds of data on businesses and the mistakes they make. So if you're in business and you're spinning your wheels wondering what the hell's going on, give us a call. But I will go over some of the common problems that small business people have, and I'll recap some of the ones I already went over right after this. I'm Tom Martino.
The juicy, delicious chicken you know.
When you say small business people, what height?
Market butcher counters. Whether you're whipping up a quick
5 foot. Yeah, it's small.
feast for the whole family. Get exactly the amount of fresh Redbird Farms chicken you need. Take your pick from premium hand-selected chicken breasts, wings, and thighs. Perfect for grilling, roasting, or any way you crave it. Redbird Farms chicken. Available fresh, frozen, and now at the butcher counter at King Supers and City Market.
As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Sheridan, 0.
Hey, let's talk about SheridanAutotech.com. Uncle Kevin, love him. He takes care of you like no one else. Value, convenience, knowledge, longevity, and I'll tell you what, electrical issues as well. So whether it's maintenance or repairs or electrical issues or pre-buy inspections for used cars. Just $120 for 2 hours. You got to contact SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242. Sorry, man. Once in a while, I forget to turn on my mic.
Zero res?
ZeroResDenver.com is my kind of clean that I want because it leaves zero residue. What does that mean exactly? It means they use water, purified, softened, alkaline-based water. It is the best cleaning agent in nature, and they will do it for you. All you have to do is call, ask for the Martino special. Really, I'm serious. I love these people because they not only clean and make your home healthier by taking out the old crap from previous cleanings, they leave your house clean, less water, your carpets dry faster, stay clean longer, and even the indoor air quality in your home is better. You can't do better than Zero Res, not just for carpeting, hardwoods, laminates, tile and grout, mattresses, upholstery. Get them to your house and have a complete clean, zero resified clean. 303-471-5150, 471-5150, ZeroResDenver.com. That wasn't written.
Thank you.
Zero Res was not written down there, bro.
Did you see zero?
It was not written.
No.
Oh!
No.
Oh!
There was no zero res.
That's why I was confused.
Tom, we've already gotten
I'm
2
so
sub
sorry,
pump
Tom.
calls. Thank you, sir.
I try not to do that to you.
Nice. Can you hear me, Shannon? All right. I'm sorry. Can you hear me, Hannah?
I can
Yes,
hear him.
yes.
I can hear you. I can hear you. My neighbors
Tom,
can hear
Tom,
you.
you're bringing us business.
Oh, good. I'm loud. I'm proud.
Hey, Suze, just for yucks.
And I don't
hit
have to press
program,
on.
hit program, and then talk again.
They can't hear me. Can you hear me, Hannah?
I can hear you. Can
okay,
you hear me?
can. Okay.
I swear, it's almost the
Right,
most.
when they're offline, they can still hear me. But if they go into PGM, they can't hear me.
Correct.
Right.
It's these buttons right here that determine.
I'm going
whether
to get
people
another
hear
clock
you on or off
there.
the
I'm
air.
putting this clock there.
Not that button. That's just your headphones.
I would
Here,
not
wanna
give me
I want you to
buttons.
see the
No,
shot.
no, it's fine. Remember, it's why Doc reached over and pressed his button and said, "I think you mean dumb dick
I want to show
head
you. Here's the main
blow, whatever the fuck he said." Remember when he cussed on the air?
I haven't done that for years, Shannon.
No, I still have it recorded here when you said.
And it's got. And
Oh, what
I'm
was
gonna
Tom
put a nice
talking
clock
about?
back there.
Oh, I'll find. Here, let me just play it. Hang on, give me a second.
You know, I thought women never forget, but I guess Shannon doesn't either.
Well, it's the one thing I can't have people do here: turn on their microphone to cuss.
But it
I
needed
know.
something.
I
When you
mean,
take it out,
listen.
you'll see what I mean. Unless you think.
It's only happened before.
Well, yeah, so it's not. I can't.
Okay, April
What's
7th. Okay, April 7th.
You're
1,
crazy.
2, 3,
Yeah, they do.
4. Anyway, okay, Courtney. Plumline. Yeah, frick. Where is she?
Oh yeah.
Oh, C. Sullivan. Martino
That camera.
show.
Oh.
Move.
So yeah, this was December
No,
6th.
it is a big difference.
Doc.
May.
Tom, that's dipshit, not dipstick.
Yeah.
Oh my
Do you
God.
not?
Tom, that's dipshit, not dipstick.
Doc, does that sound familiar?
Oh, that camera's got to be.
I admitted that I was at fault and said that I learned my lesson and never did it again.
No, and that's why I was mentioning it again to Suze, is that was December, and that offline
you look
button
really
that
good. I'm
everybody
telling you,
looks
that
at
shot is
doesn't
really good,
affect
too.
your
Wait till you
microphone.
see it.
It's just for the headphones. That's all.
Okay.
It's the only rule that we have here.
12.
Offline doesn't affect the
I
microphone.
have
That's it.
May
That's all I was trying to point out.
5th
You guys are
through
great.
May
Really
6th,
above
7th,
average.
8th.
But that's a nice show.
As
I'm
far as
above
this-
average most
I've
days.
As far as this
gotten
thing
comments.
goes, you guys are good.
May 8th.
All right. Stand by for laughs.
America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
Hi, Tom Martino. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. Here to help you solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints, make your life a little easier. Man, we We've recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for people over the years. We're so proud of that. And I love helping people in business. And I was talking about what mistakes do small business people make? And I want you to give us a call on that. If you need any help, I am getting some texts. One wants to know, if they want to start a business, what do you mean you have to know between a trade and a business? The trade is my business. Okay, let me explain this to you. The trade is your service. It is not your business. Everyone is in one business. Everyone. Here's the business: the acquisition of leads, the closing of leads, and the development of long-term relationships. Every business. Now, you can have big transactions that happen less frequently, or small transactions that happen more frequently, less frequently for big ones, or you can have big transactions that happen a lot if you're servicing big volumes. Whatever it is, your business is acquiring those customers, whether it be on broadcasting, social media, all kinds of online digital advertising, and even print media that's still around. You get a lot of print media. So the number one business is the acquisition of leads. We're all in the lead business. Those leads come in, then you have to develop them. Okay? So you have to know how to develop leads. And then the other part of the business that you tradesmen don't know is robbing Peter to pay Paul. You don't account for your true expenses. So you go out and do jobs, you take the money and put it in your bank, you don't account for the job, you don't pay that job, you don't put away taxes. What happens? Tax time comes around, you owe money. Your credit cards are filling up, but you're living off the money, so you're not paying your cost of goods. You're not paying your overhead. You're not paying your taxes. Then you get behind the eight ball. So what do? You go out and take a job and you ask for a down payment, and you use the down payment not for the job, but to pay some of your bills and to live on. And then you get into a hole and become a scumbag and the topic of my show. And it's all unintentional because you're not a business person. So you have to be a business person. In fact, I think what I'm going to do is give a seminar free of charge. No, I don't want anything, on how to be a business person. You know the trade. The trade is the service or the product. It's way beyond that. Way beyond that. You need to know how to account for the cost of sale. And you must put in there everything. And your overhead, your true overhead. So if you're working 40 hours a week, what would you pay someone to do that job? Let's say I'm using stupid numbers just for making an example. If you would pay someone $500 for that 40 hours, then you don't count that $500 as your profit. That's cost of sale. That's cost of goods. That's overhead. It's actually overhead, not cost of goods sold. So that $500, if you had a commission, it'd be cost of goods sold. So you have to account for that, because if you're not there, you'd have to pay that. If you're there, you're not making that in profit. That's what you're getting paid. Don't buy yourself a bad job. Okay, so once you figure out the labor involved, now you have to figure out your rent and everything else, insurance, licensing. That's all fixed expenses monthly. So when you make 1, 2, 3, or 4 jobs, you take that out for the month. That is not part of your money. You do not spend it. Then you also do that with advertising. A certain amount should be dedicated to advertising, and then labor, as I said. And if you're the labor, that's you. It's not profit. Once you have that, you know your overhead, then what's the cost of goods sold? Well, if you're selling a widget, you have to buy the widget. That's a cost. If you have to polish the widget and it takes a half hour, that's a cost. If you have to do anything, that's a cost. That's the widget. And then the labor to install it. unless you're accounting for the salary of 500, as I mentioned. But here's what I'm saying. There is an overhead. That's all of your fixed expenses divided by the month. Then you have cost of goods sold. So you have to account for that. When you get paid, it's not your money. Only a part of that dollar is your money. And even if you're hurting, you can't cheat yourself. You're going to end up in trouble. And that's the difference between a business person and a tradesman. A tradesman gets paid, do a good job, but they don't run the business. Now, if you have a partner that can take part of the business and you can take part of the trade, that could help. Also, everybody needs to know QuickBooks. If you don't know QuickBooks, don't start a business, because even if someone's doing the QuickBooks for you, you need to go in and know how to look at it and what it means. Why do I say QuickBooks? It's the number one software for businesses and small to medium businesses. Many large businesses have custom programs, but I'm talking about most of you. So you need to know accounting with QuickBooks, even if you take a class. And you need to know cost of goods sold and overhead and the true cost of goods sold and the true overhead and account for it with each and every transaction. Then you don't become a topic of my show, some scumbag who doesn't know how to pay his bills. Then you start taking money and you can't do the work. Most of these people are good tradesmen, even the liar, cheaters, and ripoffs. They just got behind the 8 ball. And they became a liar, cheater, and a ripoff. Now, some of them start out that way. They just want a down payment and they want to skedaddle. Some of them do. Now, what else? What else? You don't understand marketing. You must market the right way to get leads. And you sometimes don't know how to do that. And you can't hire someone to do that for you unless they really know what they're doing. And any advertising agency or program or anything should give you multiples on dollars spent. If you get 1-to-1, it's paying for itself. Not bad for brand building. If you get 2-to-1, better. 3-to-1, better. For every dollar spent, how many dollars come in gross? That's how you evaluate your advertising. Another thing, your online presence sucks 99.9% of the time. You're online as a small business person and your online presence sucks. You don't have a clue what other people are thinking of you. Your website's not getting noticed by Google. It's not being indexed. You're doing it all wrong. And you can't have your brother's next door neighbor's cousin who lives with Aunt Martha do it. You have to hire a professional. And listen, most professionals are liars and they don't know what the hell they're doing. They think if they code a website, that's SEO, or if they SEO a website, that's coding, or if they build your brand, do they build your services in the communities? Most SEO companies don't build SEO from the zip code out. They do some flash in the pan to get you interested. They don't maintain it. Your online presence sucks. How many times do I have to say this? Your business name does not have to be in the URL. In fact, most of the time, if your business name doesn't say what you do, don't have a URL with the name in it. I love, Fix It 24/7. God, their website. Do you get better than this? FixMyHome.com. Do you get better than that? Now, why didn't George go and say, you know what? I'm going to get Fix It 24/7. That wouldn't have been bad, by the way. But then you'd have the problem. Was it Fix It or Fix hyphen it? Is it Fix It 24/7, 24/7? The word 24, the word 7, or the numbers? So FixMyHome.com. And by the way, if you're going to go to FixMyHome.com, you can check on that book now for $49 for the sump pumps. Unbelievable.
And also,
special.
Tom, if it was Fix It 24/7 in the URL, they might be talking about car repairs.
You're right.
That's why the website is so much better.
Fix My Home. So if you want some advice, give me a call. It's free for the asking, and I would like to know what you're doing, or if you're going to start a business, I'll give you some free help. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And of course, we're taking problems, questions, and complaints as usual. And you can also call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466.
Yep.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
All right, not doing too badly out here for the most part. Light volume, got a couple of slow spots, really no major difficulties. There's an accident on the ramp. This is going to be southbound 225 ramp to Mississippi. Might back up just a little bit there, but 225 looks good out of Aurora. C470 to Highlands Ranch doing well. There's an accident at Broadway and Dad Clark out of Highlands Ranch, and also slowing on Santa Fe if you're heading north, heading up to C470. That's construction related. I-25 south coming into downtown, just a little sluggish for you. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This week on Red Pilled America, we travel back to the dawn of the 16th century to uncover the roots of what it really means to be an American. You think you know the story? Think again. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
You know what? I've been telling so many people about Vestera Turnkey. What is it? It's a program to make you or to help you become a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. They help you identify hot markets around the country, where to buy a rental, when to buy the rental, and then the management company to keep it rented. They even take your everyday phone calls. Yeah, and you're a landlord, so you get the benefit of when you sell, and they tell you when to sell, and they help you sell. Then you make those profits of 30 to 80% a year amortized. And if you look at the investment, it is really solid. So, Vestera Turnkey, mybiggestrureturn.com. If you want to give them a call, you can. It's Vestera Turnkey, 303-888-3788. Hey, we talk a lot about solar on this show, and one thing I want to tell you, Red Rocks Roof and Solar is here to stay. They are great people. They do the sales at the door, the installation, and the service. They even service others. You know why? Because most people sell at the door, they sell the contract and leave. You never see them again. You can't call them. No matter what they promised you, they're gone. Now you get the installers. Once they install, they're gone. So who do you go to? You heard the guy in the show today going to the manufacturer by himself because there was no one around to help him. Red Rocks won't leave you high and dry. Red Rocks Roof and Solar. Brooke and her team are great people. They even was helping that guy. So Red Rocks Roof and Solar, redrocksrs.com, 303-704-2449.
I said, I want you to Manfred. He's great. And
like
said,
3.5.
I said, no, I want a female.
Thanks for telling me that.
Total paradigm change.
Yeah.
There's so few women are willing to now see a male OBGYN.
Yeah. Ew.
So, luckily I was in it long enough. It wasn't starting my practice.
Yes.
I was established enough that I could, but then it got to be such a hassle. I just said,
Really?
And I think a change in life is exciting. I mean,
he's really good at lighting, man.
I admire people that do the same thing forever, but how exciting is it to totally pivot and do something different?
It really, yeah.
Yeah. And talk about keeping you sharp and young. Okay, Rant, this is actually a healthcare question. Did you know they changed the recommendation for the well woman's exam for every 5 years?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that? Is that an insurance deal?
I think that unless it's high risk, that's fine.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was like, really?
I mean,
5 years?
I think the important caveat is that you do regular self-breast exams.
Oh,
Because
my God.
Usually with other kind of gynecological
Yeah.
issues, like bleeding or pain,
Yeah.
It's not silent.
Francisco?
Breast cancer can be very silent.
Yes.
It's the
So
Tom
if you
Martino
do
show. Hey, man,
regular
we're just
breast
getting your
exams,
message. Do you need help?
then I
I'd like to
think
get
5
you
years
on with
is
Tom
fine
on
for
our
regular
show to
ones.
get advice
Oh, I see
from
what
him.
you're saying.
And if you've never had an abnormal pap smear, that's fine.
Yes?
That clock's going to look cool.
And it's an eviction issue?
I'm getting all the information today.
Okay, you got a minute? We're on break, but when we come back from the break, I'll get you on with Tom. You're going to talk to him on the live show, tell him what's going on, see how we can help you out, okay? All right, listen through the phone. Hang on.
Okay, so I'm off and then offline.
Hey,
so I can talk to Tom?
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't,
Hey,
the
Hannah?
only time you press the
Yes.
button,
Can you
somebody
hear-
will go on the air.
Hannah, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you know the only JoJo Moyes book I've read, I don't know if I'm saying her name right.
I don't know
is,
either.
Me Before You.
Oh. I just got the chills. I bawled.
Yes, Troubleshooter Show. What's your first name? Steve. Hey, Steve the painter, right? Would you like to talk to Tom?
Hey, Tom, we're up to 3 sump pumps. You're kicking butt.
Let
Thanks.
me tell him.
I'll
Hang
do
on
more.
just a minute, man. Let's talk to him.
Hey, we will take it, sir. How are you
Steve the
feeling?
Painter's on. Let's see here. Francisco is his name. Outbound. And what the heck is it? It's a appeal to an eviction. All right. Anyway, did you read that one, Hannah? Sorry, I had to answer the phone.
I did, and
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't cry. I wept.
Yeah.
Wept.
Yeah. I started. I know she's kind of got like series in a way with her books. Like there's me before you, and then you before us,
Yes.
or whatever.
Yes.
So, but I only read that one. I like Kristen Hanna. Do you like her?
Have you read The Women?
Of course.
That was fascinating.
It was fantastic.
No, she's the best.
I learned about the Vietnam War combat nurses.
I learned so much.
And the Nightingale. Did you read that one by her?
Yeah, that was the first. That's the one that got me hooked.
Yep. So cool.
There was one on the Dust Bowl. I mean, it was a total bummer.
Oh, I read that
But
one.
it was
I loved it
again,
because
fascinating.
I'm from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
So I love that.
I'm from
book.
Kansas. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you're from Kansas.
I love how she finds these little slivers of history.
Yes.
From the female perspective.
Yep.
The Dust Bowl one, and Vietnam. There was so much the
so
nurses.
good.
I didn't know.
Yep.
Ooh.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-8255. Solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. Francisco, what's going on with you? What's happening, Francisco?
How are we doing? I've been going through a complicated eviction process here in Denver, Colorado, in Boulder,
Are
Colorado.
you a tenant or a landlord?
Tenant.
Okay.
I was.
So you went through it. Do you think it was an illegal eviction?
There was an illegal eviction of my personal property inside the room of a shared home during an eviction
Okay,
process.
walk me through it, Francisco. Walk me through it. You were renting a room or were you renting an apartment? Tell me about it.
I was renting a room in a house, and we had common areas.
Now, by the way,
and I also
let me
had-
ask you something. Were you renting a room? There's a reason I'm asking this. Were you renting a room in the house of the landlord, or were you renting a room in a house where there were several rooms being rented and the landlord was not there?
No, half and half. The landlord was there, and we were 7 roommates total with the landlord.
So you were renting a private room in a room and
Correct.
board house, in a rooming house. I got it, with roommates.
Yes.
So with the landlord and 6 other tenants.
Yes.
Okay, so tell me about
The
it.
whole ordeal started in August 24th. After 1 year and a half of performing maintenance and
Wait, in
services
August
for
of,
the
are you
landlord.
saying August of the last year?
Yes.
What happened in August?
2024.
Well, what was the turning point? What happened to get you evicted?
Well, I moved to the home. I worked for 7-8 months, almost a year. The landlord had an accident when I moved in, and then he took a travel to Thailand. So he was out of the home for 4 months, more or less. During that time, I did all types of maintenance. I took care of the rentals. I also assisted him when he got back. You know, he broke his shoulder. He's 84 years old. And so I was trying to help him out in the whole ordeal. And when around August, he sent me a letter saying that he wanted to do all this work in the rental property. And according to my estimate, it would have been around $20,000-$30,000 at least of labor of the things he wanted to do. And so I told him that we, had run already a bill of $19,000.
So hold on, Francisco. When the landlord was out of commission and you were helping, were you trading that for rent, or were you just accruing charges?
I was charging him $50 an hour for my repairs in general, whatever he wanted me to do.
But were you taking it off rent, or were you accruing it?
What do you mean by accruing it?
Okay. If you did a job when he was out of commission and it was 3 hours and you charged $150, did you subtract $150 from the rent, or did you simply start adding it to a bill?
Both, actually, because
sometimes you went over the rent amount.
Correct.
So you would take $50 an hour off of the rent, and then you would accrue a bill if it went beyond the rent.
Yes, but I never provided him with the bill because I was working, and then I would stop doing things for 15, 20 days.
Okay, so you accrued. So when you told him,
Francisco,
when you told him that you had accrued a bill beyond rent of $1,900, what did he say?
He said that he was going to evict me.
Okay, so he was upset.
Yes, and it wasn't $1,900. The total bill was 384 hours that I had worked for him.
Wait a minute, but some of that was paid. Some of that was paid by rent, right?
Yes, the rent per year is about $9,400.
All right. So what was the balance in addition to the rent credit? What was the balance he owed you?
About $10,000.
So in addition to the rent credit, the landlord owed you $10,000. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And that's when you told him that, he got upset and evicted you.
He tried to evict me. We went to court, and we came into an agreement with the court in the middle that I didn't want to bother the landlord too much because, again, he's 84 years old, and I wasn't.
So wait a minute. Did you come up? Was this a court-ordered settlement, or was this before the court hearing?
No, the bill and the work for rent and everything was before. When we went to court, we came into an agreement that I was not going to charge him the $10,000 outstanding balance, and that I was going to start paying rent, but I was going to stop working for him in any way unless there was a work contract.
Okay, so Francisco, you were willing then.
The proper maintenance of the home.
So you were willing to give up that $10,000 if he let you continue living there paying rent.
Yes, basically.
What happened after that?
We went back and we lived together with no problems. And he waited for the 3 to 6 month period that you have to be able to impose a mechanical lien on a property according to Colorado law. And that's when all the problems started. So in the middle of that process, one of our roommates was a lawyer, but he told me that he was a lawyer, and he was helping me out with the contract that he had presented me after the court hearing. And the contract, a total legal contract, and with crazy speculations, like if somebody broke or damaged any part of the property and nobody was responsible, he was going to charge us all of that to us inequivocally if we were responsible or not.
All right, so Francisco, this is a whole new problem. So all of that work and all of that credit is in the past. Now the landlord presented you with a new rental agreement that you didn't like. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, then you move.
And I did not. No, what I did is, see,
The
when we
landlord
went to
had
the
every
agreement in
right
the
to.
court-
The landlord has every right to change your rental agreement. He has every right to do that.
Yes, he does. Yes, of course. Of course he does.
Then
And I
what are
have
you?
the
Then
right
what
to
are you
accept
calling?
it or not.
I guess I should ask. What are you calling about today? Because I've heard a lot of story right now, but I've heard nothing of a problem. The landlord decided to change the rental agreement, and you don't like it, so you move.
That's why I told you. That's what I said. That's when the problem started. So he presented this contract. I told him that there were things that were illegal, that he would change it, and he said that he would. And he never changed them, never gave me another copy to sign or anything. And we kept on our agreement. I would pay rent, and I would live there. So then I started having problems with his assistant. And
Francisco, where's
his
the
assistant,
story?
I had to call the
Francisco, we need to get to the end of the story right after this. You hang on, but we're going through a lot of stuff that has nothing to do with the problem, I'll bet. So hang on, because that whole thing about money being owed and all that had nothing to do with what you're calling about right now. Now, I know you wanted to give me background, but first what I need to do is figure out what the heck the problem is we can help you with right after this.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
All right, not doing too badly out here for the most part. Light volume, got a couple of slow spots, really no major difficulties. There's an accident on the ramp. This is going to be southbound 225 ramp to Mississippi. Might back up just a little bit there, but 225 looks good out of Aurora. C470 to Highlands Ranch doing well. There's an accident Broadway and Dad Clark out of Highlands Ranch, and also slowing on Santa Fe as you're heading north, heading up to C470. That's construction related. I-25 south coming into downtown, just a little sluggish for you. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This week on Red Pilled America, we travel back to the dawn of the 16th century to uncover the roots of what it really means to be an American. You think you know the story? Think again. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, I want you to give them a call, and I want you to say or ask, what can you do for me? Whether you're 40 or whether you're 70 or maybe 60, whatever your age, they help you prepare for retirement. Now, there's so much involved, and it's so customized, it's hard to tell you what they'll do for you. What they did for me was looked at all of my elements of retirement and advised me on what to do and where to do it. They can help you with IRAs, 401ks, SEPs, Roths. They can help you come up with a plan for long-term care. They can help you transition your business to an heir or to sell it. Whatever it is, they'll be your coach during retirement. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. rpcenter.com. I've partnered with American Financing for consumers. You know, I'm a registered investment advisor representative. That's what I am. And when I counsel people, one of the things I tell them is before you can build wealth, you have to get rid of high interest debt and have an emergency fund. And people don't have either. They have high interest debt, but they don't have an emergency fund. They're not equipped. You can get equipped with American Financing, and there's no charge to find out, never an upfront fee. You can get a smart equity loan that can take care of your high interest debt. Then you have breathing room. You can pay that part of the debt faster if you want. What they can also do is help you with a home equity loan so you can have that emergency fund if you want to refi. Whatever it is, the counselors will help you. The loan people at AmericanFinancing.net, 303-695-7000, 695-7000.
Thank you.
Hey, Steve. So just hang on a minute or two, okay? Listen through the phone, and we'll see what we can do to help you out, sir. Okay, let's see here. Steve. RLM problem. American Resto. Okay. Hey, Tommy. Must not be there.
I can hear you.
Does he know that?
I can hear you.
Oh, Tommy, the guy with the Colorado Springs code enforcement, you said for him to email us. You said Doc was going to call on that. Should I just be sending his email to Doc and letting Doc follow up?
Yeah, but what we were going to do is, yeah. Doc was going to call down there. That's his. Yes. The answer is yes.
Okay. All right, I'll forward this on to Doc. Doc, can you hear me?
Hard to say.
And he can't.
No.
All righty.
Only if you didn't want him to.
I can't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I hope I can hold out another 25 years or whatever the difference is. I want to see what that's
I'm getting
like.
that clock
It's gotta
today,
be,
but
golly.
by 2 o'clock. Oh, no, by 6 o'clock.
Your message could not
It's
be...
just same-day delivery.
What?
You know, it's amazing to me how Amazon can do that. I never go shopping anymore. Never.
You're ruining everything, Tom. I'm going to go write your name on JCPenney and say that Tom did this. Tom Martino shut down JCPenney because he's a selfish douche nozzle. Right, Tom?
Yep.
Okay.
Then every time the
Code
department store closes,
enforcement.
it's your fault.
Case.
That stuff is so cool because it absorbs all light. There's not one dot of reflection. It's so cool.
Let's see here. Line 1 is done. He hung up. Fine.
Why?
I don't know.
Was that the guy I was trying to get all the information from?
That's Francisco with the appeals eviction and being owed 10 grand.
I can't believe that. I wanted to talk to him about it.
Well, let me give him a call back. He was an outbound.
Just tell him we want to help him. I just got to get to the problem, really.
The book describes what happened in the Dust Bowl. My parents grew up during that time. Oh, cool, Steven. I'll read it. I don't mean like, oh, cool, your parents went through that stuff, but geez.
Somebody had to.
I love reading about that stuff. Hi, Francisco. Tom wasn't done talking to you. Can you please hold a minute? We just had to go to break. Okay, thank you. He's back. Francisco.
All right, here we go.
Radio app.
Hello, Tom Martino, 303-713-8255. So, Francisco, we get it that you had a previous arrangement with the landlord. He was going to pay you, and then that got you guys to court. You made a settlement. Then you were living there, and he presented all of the tenants with a new agreement that you didn't agree to. So he was supposed to make some changes and never did. So you kept paying your rent, and then what happened?
Yes. And that's when we went to eviction, to a new case of eviction.
So he,
Because I was
what
having
reason
problems
was
with it.
he was evicting you because you wouldn't sign the new agreement?
No, because he was, I had a problem with his assistant that is another roommate.
Okay.
And I ended up calling the police because he wanted to assault me. And when that happened, the assistant, which is an ex-lawyer, won in getting to court and put a protection order, so I was removed from the property and we went ongoing eviction process.
Okay.
So when we went to the court, the magistrate divided the court into two parts. First one for the tenancy. And when we went to court, I told him that I did not want to go there because his assistant had broken into my room during the eviction process and taken all my property somewhere and thrown it away.
Wait a minute. Before they had, hold on, Francisco, before they had an order for eviction, they took your property out of your room?
Yes, and threw it outside, allegedly on.
Well, they're
the
allowed to
driveway.
do that. Wait a minute. They're allowed to do that with a writ of execution on the, with a writ of eviction. Did they do it legally with an eviction, or did they do it before the eviction?
Before the eviction and during the eviction process, because the first court date that we went, I requested for an extension. They gave us 2 weeks. During those 2 weeks,
Okay, got it.
that's
Got
when
it.
they removed
Francisco,
my property, and then
what
we
did
went
the
to court.
judge, when you went finally to the eviction and all of your stuff had already been removed, what did the judge say when you brought this up in court?
Nothing. Not a word.
Well, did you tell the
just
judge?
let it go.
Did you tell the judge?
Yes. Yes, it was a magistrate. It wasn't a judge.
Well, hold on a second. You know what? That's how we should have led this call. Here's Francisco's problem, Suze, and I want to get Brad O'Brien on. He was being evicted, okay? Let's just get right to it. We don't have to go through any of that previous crap. He was being evicted, and before the eviction was final, he had a problem, okay? Before it was final, he had a problem. They removed his stuff and got rid of it. Before the eviction was legal. We got to figure out what to do about that. So we're going to try to get a hold of our real estate attorney. Hang on. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
That's a funny way to say it.
You know, that's a good one. If he would have told me in the beginning what his problem was.
He looks so familiar.
Your mic's on too.
With boobs. And that's how she refers to
It's
it.
driving me crazy.
Oh, that's with boobs.
So we'll just have that platter. But
that's good.
That is, I don't realize how much I watch that puppy.
Oh, we're already at noon. Look at that.
Yeah.
And so you part.
Shot 2 hours.
You leave.
It's over.
We're through.
Looks nice.
Until tomorrow. I'm going to be here tomorrow. I'll be doing the
But
show.
I'll be here Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Football, and the thing involves you should file a claim. It's so ruthless. We don't pressure you. We don't charge cancellation fees. And of course, you don't pay a cent until you're convinced. 303-761-6400. It's so ruthless.
Okay. Oh my God. You are sick. Okay. Hey, Tommy.
No, Suze, he stepped away for a couple of minutes or less.
Hey, Dimitri. How you doing, man?
Awesome. How's life with you over there?
Good, good. I got on the treadmill. I did a yoga this morning, so I'm doing good.
Ooh, and do you like the new car, the new Tesla?
Oh my God, it is so nice.
Congratulations.
Troubleshooter Show, please hold. Yeah, it's really pretty. It's a lot of fun, and it drives me anywhere I want to go.
Oh, congratulations. I'm very happy for you and Mark both.
Of course, Mark will be doing most of the driving. He's my driver.
Good. Sounds like he's a real gentleman.
He is. It came with free supercharging, so after the show, I'm going to go down to the mall. I don't know how it's going to be free. Hannah, can you hear me? Hannah? Hey, Hannah, go offline. Hey, Hannah, have you ever been in a Tesla with and done the supercharging and all that?
No.
Okay, I just got a new Tesla.
Yeah.
And this is, I know Mark's listening. This is so funny. So it came with free supercharging. My package did.
Does that mean it just charges incredibly quickly?
Well, it charges quickly, but I don't have to pay for the charging when I go to the charging stations.
Oh.
It came with it for life. So
Oh, that's
here's the
amazing.
funny thing. This free supercharging is at the nice mall down the road.
Oh.
So I'm going to be free charging while I'm shopping.
I thought you were supposed to save money, but you know, with the money you're saving.
Yes.
Here we go.
That's what I'm thinking.
How quickly does it charge?
Pretty quick. Like if you're at 10% and need to get to 100% and it's a supercharger, I think it's like 20 minutes.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
And we have a charger at home too. But yeah, so
I want to go electric so badly.
have you ever been in a Tesla?
Oh yeah, they're amazing.
Yeah, I just got the X with the Falcon wings.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And are they still doing really incredible rebates here in Colorado?
That I don't know. I don't keep up with that stuff. They might be doing maybe for one car. I don't know
I was
how
talking
that
to somebody
works.
and they were leasing, but their payment was like $39 a month.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they're still doing it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Anyway,
I've been thinking.
I don't even have to touch the steering wheel, basically, from my
crazy.
house to here.
But then if you want to, you can take over, right?
Oh, of course. But it came with full self-driving, where Mark, he has the Model S.
Yeah.
I think he pays $100 a month for the full self-driving. My
That's what comes with it.
package came with it was included. So it's crazy.
Think of all the things you can get done during your commute.
Well, not really. If it watches your face, so if your eyes are off the road, it'll disable the feature.
Okay, that's good. I actually like that.
Yeah.
I respect
mean,
that.
It's even hard to look at a text. It'll start barking at you.
You just have to sneak it.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out
That's good, though.
maybe in a few years the software will be good enough. I can have my Kindle right there.
She's thinking. She's thinking, folks. She's got plans. No, I've wanted one for so long. And they're good in the snow and everything?
Well, this is the SUV, so we're putting snow tires on it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would imagine so.
Yeah.
That it would be fine.
Almost
And-
every Uber I take in Colorado, it's a Tesla.
Yeah, and we have a regular snow SUV, a Santa Fe, for
if you need
really
that, you're
bad
good.
storms. But yeah.
What part of town do you guys live in?
We're in Franktown. Do you know where that's at?
No,
Do you know where
where's-
Castle Rock is?
Yes.
We're about 15 minutes east of Castle Rock towards Elizabeth. So we're south of Parker and east of Castle Rock.
I've heard a lot of people talking about that area.
Yeah, we're 6 acres, we're on land. So, but have you heard of Elizabeth?
Yes. I've got a friend that's looking at a place
we're
out
right
there.
before Elizabeth.
Okay. Okay. We're always looking at places out here. It's hard to narrow it down.
Oh, really?
There's just so many amazing.
Do you guys want to move out here?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have kids?
Not yet, no.
Oh, okay. Okay, so married, no kids, and you want to move to Colorado and get out of Dallas?
You're getting the
Yeah, I
full
can't
story.
go number 2 anymore.
We'd split time.
Oh.
But I love it, and we've got tons of family out here.
Okay. Your family's in Golden?
Yes.
Okay.
In Highlands Ranch.
Oh, Highlands Ranch, okay.
And Fort Collins.
Oh, nice, nice.
So we've got places. to
Very
stay.
nice. Yeah. Spread out.
Couches to crash on. Couches to crash on.
Yeah, nice. But we have 3 guest rooms if you ever need a place.
I'm adding
Seriously.
I'm adding you to the list. How did you guys pick that area? Because I am hearing a lot of people. Is it the amount of space that you get?
It's growing out there.
Yeah.
Our neighborhood is minimum 5 acres, and it's unincorporated county, which is less taxes.
Yes.
Mark sort of did his homework on the real estate. That was his thing.
I love that.
Some beautiful homes out there.
Okay.
So
I'm widening my search now.
Yeah.
I was just starting to narrow.
Next time you're coming to town for a few days, let me know, and you could come out and check out
What
the
we were
area.
texting about, I'm probably going to be here for a full week, so I'll let you know.
Right now or next month?
10 seconds, guys.
Next month.
Okay.
Yep.
Look at all the lunches you buy.
Money. That's money. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255 here to help you solve problems, answer questions, taking complaints. This hour brought to you by Fix It 24/7, fixmyhome.com. Book now. What are you booking, Hannah? What are you booking? Is your voice working at all? Hannah's with us from... Go ahead, from Fix It 24/7.
Yeah, I'm battling the allergies right now, guys. So voice is working, but let's focus on making sure your home is working. What we're offering is making sure you don't get flooded this rainy season with the snow melt. So what we're doing is a sump pump special, $49. It's a maintenance. They'll come in, clean it out, make sure it is ready to work with the rain coming in. And Tom, you know this. We've talked to folks. When they get that flooding, that cost, that damage, it's not small. And it can be avoided so easily with this annual maintenance.
Now, here's the deal. You can have the sump pump pulled, cleaned, checked, lubricated, whatever it needs, and that's all for $49. Go to fixmyhome.com, book now. Fixmyhome.com, book now. If you have any questions, I guess you can call them 720-526-3939. But for $49, get it done, man, with a no breakdown guarantee. Francisco, we're waiting on our attorney, our real estate attorney we want to talk to. And that's about your eviction, okay? Because I think they did something wrong. Cheryl, I noticed you've been waiting a while. Thank you for waiting, Cheryl. How can we help you?
I am a landlord. I had a problem with a house. Found out that I wasn't covered for water damage on my rentals insurance. How do I go about suing Safeco past agent? I switched agents for not writing it up right, or I don't know the wording. But can I sue?
Cheryl, it would be called errors and omissions, and they carry insurance for that. However, I'm not sure how we can prove your case. But what I'd like to do, Suze, let's get Brian Burns on from Compass Insurance and see what he says about this. Let's get our insurance expert on. Cheryl, who is your company, your underwriter?
Safeco.
Okay. Now, you're not trying to go after them because they're not responsible. You didn't have the right coverage, right?
They don't care.
Well, it's not that they don't care.
And
I mean, you didn't have the coverage, you're saying, right? Now, you're saying you had a landlord policy.
Right, a renter's, it's a rental. It was stated there with the insurance. It was a rental, yeah.
And you thought your agent had written up, did you specifically discuss that?
Not that I can recall. I mean, you just certainly want water coverage on any house. I would think it would be number one. I didn't know it until I had a claim.
That's actually not true. See, this is what I'm trying to get at, Cheryl. I'm not sure you have grounds to sue.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Not
either.
See, I'm going to find out, though. We're going to talk to some people for you. Is it a foregone conclusion that when you have insurance, they should have done that? That's what I want to ask our professional insurance agent. Or is it something that should have come up? Does it rise to the level of incompetence and error and an omission? So hang on. So Suze, how are we coming? I want to try. There's a number of people I want to try, and I know I'm overwhelming you. I need Brad O'Brien. I need Brian Burns.
Got a message into him.
And I'd love to
get a message into him.
Excellent. And I'd love to get Rock on. And if you
I'm working on that for you.
Now, Cheryl, it's really important that you hang on. And Francisco, it's really important that you hang on. We are trying to get some experts on to help us with your problems, okay? Now, Steve, welcome to the show, Steve. What is going on with you, Steve?
How's it going, Tom?
Good. What's happening?
It's a long story, but let me see if I can sum it up real quick. Our home burned down, lost all our cars, property, everything, September of 23. September of 23.
Okay.
Hired a company, Safeco's my insurance and blah, blah, blah. Hired a contractor and come to find out, well, he was overcharging for everything, and I wasn't in charge of the money or anything. the insurance company just kept paying the contractor, blah, blah, blah. After I found out what was going on.
Steve, who did you hire?
You know, it's under litigation, Tom. I don't know if I can tell you that.
Well, the only reason I wanted you to tell me, hold on. The only reason I wanted you to tell me is I believe you got them from the referral list.
The first one, no, I did not. I got that from Safeco. I got, after I hired an attorney, the first contractor walked off the job. So that's when I hired Rock to come in, and he assured me, hey, you know, he knew what I went through. He knows what's going on because he's
okay. Now let me get this straight.
The fire and all that.
Let me get this straight. So you hired a first contractor who walked off the job, and it's now in litigation, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Then you hired someone from my referral list.
I did.
And that is, who did you hire?
Rock with
American
Restoration.
Okay. Then you hired American Restoration. And what went wrong with, I'm really concerned about this. What went wrong with American Restoration?
You know, I thought I hired somebody who I could trust and depend on. I gave him a check on February 20th.
How much did you pay?
$15,000.
On February 20th.
I gave him $15,000.
On February 20th of what year?
25.
Okay. On February
right.
Okay. And what happened?
February 20th, I gave him. Well, here we are now coming into May, and Rock has done absolutely nothing.
Now, wait a minute.
He told me.
Wait a minute. You paid him $15,000 March, April, 2 months ago.
Yep.
And he's never been to your home?
Oh, no, he's been to the home. He's been in the home. He knows what the home looks like. I mean, it's a wreck.
No, what I mean is you said American, hold on, man. I need to get this straight because this is bothering me. Are you saying American Restoration did not do 1 hour of labor in your home?
That's correct.
Then what was he at your home? When he was at your home, what was it for?
He was just going over everything to see what the estimate would be to put the home back together and get it livable again.
And he didn't.
But doesn't that take a lot of time, Tom?
Yeah, but
I know
not.
Sometimes
Wait a minute.
restoration
Hold
takes
on.
months.
Now hold on. If he got paid $15,000, hold on, man. If he got paid $15,000 February 20th, it would take maybe 30 days to get at least some preliminary approvals. That would be March 20th. And then April 20th, we're at right now. To do absolutely nothing is unacceptable. To do absolutely nothing.
He's done absolutely nothing. And the thing that really upset me, the thing that really went south, was I gave him the number to Pikes Peak Regional Building Department because there's several permits that are pulled on that home from the other construction company and those permits need to be transferred so we can continue the rebuild. He hasn't even called Pikes Peak Regional Building Department. And then he turns around and gets his plumber in there, and this is all new plumbing that's in there, and he tells me, hey, we need to do a smoke test on the plumbing. I'm like, okay. He gives me a bid for $5,000 to do a smoke test, which takes about an hour and a half, 2 hours. And I'm like, wait a minute here. So I went ahead and stopped by Plumbline Services, and Plumbline Services told me, no. They charge $1,500. Not only that, Plumbline told me, you don't need to do a smoke test. All you need to do is a pressure test. It's all new plumbing. I'm like, that's correct.
Exactly.
And then
That's exactly, by the way, that is exactly correct. That is, Plumbline Services told you exactly correct. They need to do a pressure test. What did they say that would cost?
$1,500 from Plumbline.
So keep going. Now, wait a minute. This plumber was not American Restoration.
He works for, that's Rock's plumber.
Okay. We
Whoever
need to get a hold of Rock. I mean, this is pretty serious. He got 15 grand and did nothing.
And then let me tell you one more thing. And then they want to do a gas line pressure test.
Yes.
And they want to charge me $4,000 to do a gas line pressure test. And if Rock would have done his homework, he would have known that El Paso County and Roto-Rooter were already out there and did a gas line pressure test, and it was signed off by El Paso County. But he has never contacted El Paso County Pikes Peak Regional Building Department for anything. Rock has done absolutely nothing to this job.
Steve, you have made your case. We need to look into this. I am outraged by what you're telling me if it's true. And we will help.
Tom?
Yes.
Tom, I tried to call Rock and texted him. I tried to leave him a voicemail, but his voicemail is full, just so you know.
Is he off the referral list?
Well, it sounds like he's going to be here soon.
Well, Suze, I thought...
So what I did...
Just wait a sec, bro. Wait a second, okay? Immediately take him down right now until we investigate this. Immediately.
I'll handle it.
Thank you, Suze. And then Brad O'Brien, I got to get on. He's an attorney. He has limited time. I got to do it. I got to go overtime right now with Brad. Hold on, bro. We're going to get right back to you, so don't hang up. Brad O'Brien, we had a question. Francisco was renting a room in a private residence, and there were 6 other roommates and the landlord. The landlord evicted him, and during the process, before it was finalized, the landlord removed his stuff. It was all taken and stolen on the street, or they put it somewhere. Whatever it is, he lost everything. And eventually the eviction was granted. But he has proof that they moved his stuff before it was final. Is there anything he can do?
Yes, that sounds like an unlawful eviction. Landlords cannot physically remove people or their things from the rental premises. It has to be the sheriff. You have to coordinate that through the sheriff after you get a writ of restitution. So that was self-help, and that's illegal. So what they can do about it is file a court complaint for unlawful eviction.
Okay, even though eventually the eviction was granted, he can do the unlawful eviction that was done before that.
Yes, that was a violation of their due process rights. So they didn't wait to do it the right way through the courts.
What could he recover for that?
His damages, which might be based on alternative housing or if the loss of their personal property that was put on the street, and that's probably a good, really good one to recover on.
Francisco, have you talked to anyone about doing an unlawful eviction suit against that landlord?
I haven't had the means to be able to hire a lawyer for that.
Okay. Francisco, my next question. Do you have proof that your stuff was removed illegally before the eviction process?
Or witnesses, like did any of the other tenants in that house see them?
Yeah, that would be proof. That would be part of the proof. So you do have evidence?
I have plenty of proof. The assistant of the landlord texted me that he was going to do that.
Ooh.
I called the sheriff's department. They went over there. They originally charged him with burglary and trespass, and they told him that if he communicated again with me, they were going to charge him with harassment. He kept on communicating with me. I called the sheriff's department. They failed to charge him with harassment. The case
you know what I would do,
to
Francisco? I have a better idea. I have a better idea for you. I got to take a break. Brad O'Brien, I'm going to suggest small claims court against the landlord using the statute. And if you can leave us a statute, that would be great. We got more coming up. Brad O'Brien, O'Brien Legal Services, olslaw.com. Good people. You can check him out when you need help with anything real estate, especially if you're a landlord and you don't want this to happen. 720-370-7388.
This is Dan Kaplis. Our firm understands that injuries to seniors from motor vehicle crashes are often a tipping point moment in their lives, with the injuries tipping them from a life of independence into a life of dependence on others. Our firm has a long, outstanding, and provable track record of obtaining full economic justice for injured seniors. We take righteous cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need our help, please give me a call at 303-770-5551 or hit dankapleslaw.com.
You know, when you're looking for windows, do you want a company that only offers one window? And you say, hey, which window do you recommend? They say this one. What can we compare it with? This one. What about some other colors? This one. What about some other brands? This one. You see, Gravinas, the Gravinas we deal with on 950 West Evans, the one that sprung from the father with Larry working for his dad. Now Nick's taken over for Larry. It's a 3-generation process here. That Gravinas has 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding and doors, so you're never hoodwinked into one brand. We know we love Gravinas. You will too. Gravinas, 303-GRAVINA, 303-GRAVINA, or gravinas.com. Sheridan Auto Tech. I can't say enough about Uncle Kevin. I want to highlight his used car checkout, $120. You get 2 hours of professional care to that car. They try to uncover every defect and give you a written narrative about that car. They try to verify previous services. They check the service records. They go through the recalls. You need it done at Sheridan Auto Tech if you're buying a used car. Give yourself some assurances, okay? SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242. Of course, they do regular repairs and maintenance as well, 303-455-7242. Mike's on. Hey, Mark left, right?
Correct.
Yeah, he's gone.
Okay.
All you have is me and Hannah.
All right. Man, I can't believe we can't get these two experts on. That's not like Brian.
Does Tommy have a spot?
He's done. You're good.
Oh, he's done? Okay, I'm losing track of time around here. Tommy Francisco had to leave because he was in trouble with his boss for being on so long.
Okay.
Cheryl, Brian Burns hasn't got back to me. Mark heard the American Resto call, and he is like, you need to blow up Rock's text and tell him he needs to come on now. So I'm trying to get with Rock. So I told Steve just to hold a few more minutes.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Okay, Suzanne, Brian says you can call him now.
Yep, I just got his text. Hey, Cheryl, my expert's coming on. Hang tight a minute.
Actually, I don't need a clock back there, but it'll look good. Her sign could go there, too.
Well, the sign would be...
Yeah, except it gets in...
the edge.
Except my graphics cover it.
Hey, how you doing?
I think it would look nice. It wouldn't be...
That's okay. I didn't want to bug you too much. I was just giving you some time. But hey, it's a Safeco call. They're denying some water damage. Tom wants to talk to you about it. Yep. I don't think it's your client. All right, hang tight a minute. We need a true update. Is that why you played that?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, let's update them.
People say People say this.
Yeah, I
thing is
can't go number 2 anymore.
I'm getting comments on it. It's so different. I'm getting actual comments on it. Saying it that the lighting and the pictures, they say they're incredible.
This putting a light here was a brilliant idea. Do you see the subject separation that you're getting?
Yeah.
On your right shoulder and arm, and on your head.
It's really cool.
Tom, this is
here. It is
so much better than I expected it to be.
Yeah, man, it's cool, and that looks cool too.
I sent you a different graphic.
Of course, Holly would be better, but
no, not Holly. The poinsettias. The red poinsettias. I sent you an email with another image I thought would be good to rotate into the background.
Let me look at that.
Whenever you're bored.
Let me look at that. You meddler.
Because it's consistent with your dark theme.
You meddler.
Which I suddenly like. I suddenly like your dark theme.
Oh, Starry Night.
Yeah, Van Gogh's Starry Night.
Actually, that is pretty cool. Is this high D or should I go out and get it?
Oh, we should find a much higher resolution version.
All right, good.
I'll look.
Yeah.
10 seconds, guys.
Look for a much higher resolution.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I got Brian Burns from Compass Insurance. Brian, Cheryl's very, very upset with her insurance agent or broker. And she had Safeco Insurance. Here's what she says. And Cheryl, after I say it, you can clarify. She went to her insurance agent or broker, and she has a rental, and she wanted insurance, and he wrote her an insurance policy. They didn't have any specific discussions, just that she was a landlord needing coverage. Is that right, Cheryl?
Yes.
Okay, so he gave her coverage. She paid for the coverage, and we're all fat and happy. But then what happens is a problem. What's the problem, Cheryl, that happened?
Well, just to make note, I did transfer the Safeco policy over to another Safeco or a broker, their insurance broker. And after having a horrible claim and water damage, we discovered that I don't have any water coverage, which is ridiculous. Even the contractors and people that came in to look at the job to assess it were shocked that there wasn't water coverage.
How did the water... I
and
need to know this.
The new agent as well.
Hold on. I need to know, how was the water damage? What kind... It really matters what kind of water damage.
Mm-hmm. Broken pipe and from a upstairs toilet.
Okay.
And leaking.
So she's a landlord, Safeco landlord's policy. Yep. She thought her insurance agent included loss from water damage, but when a pipe broke in the toilet upstairs, they say, sorry.
Yeah. So I'm guessing, and I can look at her policy. Unfortunately, there are policies that are called, there's 3 different policies you can get for landlord. It's called DP1, DP2, DP3. DP3 being the most comprehensive coverage. It's what most people, that's what we mostly write. I mean, we wouldn't write a DP2 or 1 unless we had to for some reason. But DP1 would be your real basic policy that would only cover like 4 or 5 perils, but water wouldn't be one of them. My guess is that what happened is she had a policy written that was a DP1, and it sounds like she wasn't happy with her agent and changed to another agent. That agent didn't rewrite the policy. All he did was send a form in to make him the agent or her the agent of the policy that was already written.
Now, here's what I want to know. Cheryl, this is important. Cheryl, this is important. Did you change your agent before this damage or after the damage?
Before, way before.
Okay, so are you mad at the original agent or the second agent? Because the original agent is the one that wrote the policy.
Initial agent.
Yeah. Now, however, if the initial agent wrote you a landlord policy, The question is, Brian, she wants to sue him for not including water damage.
No.
But I think she wouldn't have a leg to stand on because he did
She
give
wouldn't
her a
have leg to
landlord
stand on.
policy.
And he's not even the agent anymore. He's not even paid for this account. When it transferred out, it became the responsibility of the new agent. The new agent, the question I would have for the new agent is, did he look at the policy? You know, I mean, just because your broker recording an account in, it's important that the new agent look at it and see, you know, what kind of coverage so you can have that discussion. I don't know if that happened or not, but
All right.
I don't think the original agent's going to be on the hook for this.
I don't think even if he was still the agent of record, he could say she wanted a landlord policy. I provided a landlord policy, and she was clearly given the policy and could clearly see the exemptions. I just think it's not that I don't want to tell you how to sue. You can hire an attorney and sue him. I don't even think you'll get an attorney to sue. I'm Tom Martino. Brian Burns, Compass Insurance, 303, home of the insurance checkup, 303-996-9000. Also, get your sump pump service before the flood season. We do have a flood season with snow melt and excess rains. FixMyHome.com. Book now, just $49 to assure yourself the home will not flood. FixMyHome.com. Book now.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplan in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
Now, so far, a very quiet lunch hour drive out here. No major difficulties. Quincy east of Buckley should be wrapping up on one accident out in East Aurora. Very few problems for us so far. 270's running just a little slow out of Commerce City. I-25 both north and southbound in between Broadway and I-70. Just a little sluggish also. No major difficulties out here right now. We do have construction certainly down on Santa Fe near C-470. Looks like both directions actually kind of jamming up just a little bit. Watch for those lane restrictions. Be careful through the cone zones. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
You know what I love? Discount Bath, because I love the word discount. And I love baths, beautiful baths. You can have a beautiful bath at a discount from discountbath.com. And I'm serious about that. You go to discountbath.com, answer a few questions, get an upload link. That upload link is where you can send video from your smartphone. So go to your hall room bath and say, I want to move this vanity. I want to do a double vanity. I want to move the toilet, or I want to expand the wall. I want to do a walk-in shower, whatever. Go to the Jack and Jill bath or the one downstairs that's roughed in the basement. Whatever you want, the master bath. You can do a video, send it to them. They send you a price, and it will be a discount. They pledge that. Less profit and more savings for you. 720-979-2322. You can believe in Discount Bath. We do. DiscountBath.com. Hey, we also believe in Red Rocks Roof and Solar. They come to the door and sell solar. Yeah, they do. They're the only ones who also install it and service it. You see, most door-to-door salesmen on solar or telephone sales on solar, they don't even know the solar company. They just sell the contract. The solar company that installs it, you'll never see again. Don't get into that trap. Call Red Rocks Roof and Solar. From beginning to end, your one-stop shop for solar. That's redrocksrs.com, 303-704-2449.
Once, and yeah, there's a lot of construction. Well, next time you just figure out, I got to get back to the show, Ernie, but next time just figure out a different place. Yeah. You are so welcome, and I know you have my number. You stay in touch. Okay, be good, Ernie.
I'm so fucking nervous right now. God almighty, I can't think straight. Okay.
Do you need like a Diet Coke or? Is that
I hope to God. He says they're a rare kid.
We're good.
Lol, alrighty. Hey, Tommy.
Yes.
I have Rock on for you.
I got him, man. I got him. I will go right to him. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted you to know. I didn't know if you saw it on the screen. I know you're busy over there. Who? It's been a busy show. Oh. Oh. Tommy, I'm going to send you Adeline's Instagram post for her grad pictures. They're darling.
Love it. Love it. Love my Addie.
Is that Mama? Yes. Easter. Hello, Easter bunny. What a cutie, Jack. God bless your grandkids are adorable. I know, right? Okay, it's in your text, Tommy. Oh my gosh, they turned out cute. And you can swipe through. There's like 4 or 5. Okay, perfect. Okay, fix it. May 14th. Let's see.
Get more information or help from Bell & Pollock at championsofthepeople.com.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-885-5995. 800-885-5995. 800-885-5995. Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing 303.
Yeah, I got to be home for a while because they're going to do the virtual thing for 2 weeks.
Hey, Hal.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Okay, so listen. Steve called and said, I don't understand what the hell's going on. I called American Restoration. On February 20th, I paid Rock, the owner, $15,000, and they have done 0 on my home since then. 0. So, obviously, we want to talk to American Restoration. So I'm going to bring up Rock. And Rock, I can say I've never had this problem before with you. Never had this complaint. You do have to admit it's a little weird that you took $15,000 2 months ago, and he says not 1 hour of work, not 1 minute of work. Can you elaborate on this?
Yes, I can. I'm real happy to, and thank you for calling, and thank you for the opportunity to talk. We love your show, and we love the people whom we serve, and we serve quite a number of people who call up American Restoration. We're very happy to be servicing the people of the metro area. Mr. Wiederspawn called us. It was a year. This has been a year and a half. There was a fire that he had about a year and a half ago.
Yes.
And he called us out. We were the first people to respond. And we came right out, and we did the asbestos testing and assessed the damage, and we gave him an estimate for above about $125,000. We were only going to work on the part of the house that was burned. He felt our estimate was a little high. We came back. He called us a year almost to the date, the next September, and said that another restoration company had did work, and they gutted the house. It's really unfortunate what happened to Mr. I should say Steve. I don't want to give out his whole, his information 100%. To Steve, the client, and they gutted the house. There isn't a stick left in the entire house, which wasn't our scope at all. We were only going to work on a certain portion, and they had spent 3-4 times what we had estimated, and he didn't have anything done. We assessed his damage, and we assessed his damage, and looked at an approach forward. It was another 6 months before we were able to get started, and then so in a year and 6 months time, 5-6 months time, we had to get started on other jobs.
Okay,
and
but wait. Okay, Rock, I appreciate the history. I really do. It is enlightening because you say the entire scope of the job was what was destroyed by fire, and the other company took out the whole house, and that was beyond your scope. But still, it doesn't explain the $15,000 deposit, February 20th, 2025. Where's that money?
We still have the money. But we've been getting our people together. We're rebuilding the whole house. My team is ready to go. We had an issue with the client. This is our third fire that we've worked on, where there was a caused by a battery charger or something that was supposed to turn off. That was supposed to have some type of fail-safe in it. In our previous work, we had to help the insurance companies. We had to help the manufacturers, and we were the go-between between all three: the owners, the manufacturers.
Okay, Rock,
and the electricians.
I appreciate it very much. Now, my next question: I'm going to ask a very simple question. I want to ask a very simple question first. Rock, I love you. I need to ask this question.
Sure.
Did you communicate to Steve?
Sure.
Because he sounds like he was left out of the communication.
No. Regularly. We've been to the monument site. I brought my team out to assess, and the assessment that we made, the approach, because we've had 3 of these, we wanted to take a very cautious approach with a lot of testing and a lot of fail safes in place, such that when we lock this thing back up, there wouldn't be any question as to whether or not the proper procedures were followed.
Bring up Steve.
This past week.
Do you have any direct questions?
Hey,
Again, Steve, I don't want to have any arguments or talking over each other, but you hear Rock. What do you have to say with what Rock said?
He just keeps going over and around everything that's going on. I don't care what's going on with other jobs. I really don't. I gave him a direct line to the supervisor for Pikes Peak Regional Building Department to see what permits were outstanding, to see what permits could be transferred, and to see what we needed to do. He has never even contacted Pikes Peak.
Okay, hold on. One thing at a time,
department.
Steve. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Right now, I'm going to go to Rock. Rock, why haven't you contacted the Pikes Peak Building Department?
We have. We wanted to make sure that all of the other contractors were off the permits. We have contacted them. We're following the proper procedures, because if the proper permits aren't pulled and everybody isn't properly certified, the city could rip out all the work that we've done. We've been taking a very systematic approach as to doing this. We've waited a year and a half to get started, and the previous people he had working really did a terrible job on this. We wanted to make sure, like I said, this is our third job.
Steve, he said.
Let me tell you something. Yes. Wait a minute, Tom. Yesterday, I met with Pikes Peak Regional Building Department at my home, the building inspector and the mechanical inspector. I met with them yesterday at the home to get a couple permits cleared, and they cleared them. Rock hasn't even done that. As far as I'm concerned, I'm taking over the general here. I'm doing all the work, and I want my $15,000 back, and I want him gone.
Well, okay. That's a separate issue, and we need to address that. So hold on, all right? If you want to fire him, you talk to him off the air. I don't want to put him on the spot right now. Seriously, I want you guys to have this discussion. But Rock, it's clear to me that Steve feels he wasn't communicated with. Now, you say you were, but he doesn't feel that way. It also is clear to me, Steve, I want you to give me a contact on the building department because Rock said he has been in touch with them. I just want to verify that. It's very important to me, okay? We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
Now, so far, a very quiet lunch hour drive out here. No major difficulty. East of Buckley should be wrapping up on one accident out in East Aurora. Very few problems for us so far. 270's running just a little slow out of Commerce City. I-25 both north and southbound in between Broadway and I-70. Just a little sluggish also. No major difficulties out here right now. We do have construction certainly down on Santa Fe near C-470. Looks like both directions actually kind of jamming up just a little bit. Watch for those lane restrictions. Be careful through the cone zones. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
TheArtOfGranite.com can help you with your countertops and give you prices on the phone right this minute. Give them a call and you will get prices on the phone. Why? Because Tear Out and All the Way is always free. They charge by the square foot and it's wholesale on all materials. So pricing is not the problem. They love doing pricing. You give them a call and about 2 to 3 weeks from the date you meet with them, they have your counters fully installed. You will love the work. You will love the pricing up front on the phone. TheArtOfGranite.com. Any countertop material, natural stone or man-made, give them a call, 303-386-5919, 386-5919, theartofgranite.com. Many of you know I started a financial advisement business, okay? I did because I was so frustrated. About 8 years ago, I started hiring my own experts to do just my portfolio. Yeah, call it stupid, but you know what? It made me a lot of money because I was so tired of these other guys promising me that they were advising me. They weren't advising me. Most of this industry is filled with people who take your money and place it with big brokers and they have no idea what they're doing for you. That's the God's honest truth. If you want someone to directly deal with you and to babysit your money like I do my own, you want Wave 8 Wealth Management. It's a cut above, and we give personalized attention, direct attention, and you have my word on that. Contact us, 303-771-HELP. You can call or text that number, 303-771-4357.
Regen Revolution.
Oh my God, another friend of mine's dying.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
I just need a little direction. So Steve gave me the Pike Peaks Building Department guy's number. Who am I supposed to give that to?
I just want to hear. I want to know if his contact is there. Have they ever heard from American?
Okay, and then what do you want? You want me to keep Rock holding?
No, we don't have to rub his face in it, but I want to know because it's going to be, I think we got to take him down until we investigate this.
Okay, I put a message into Mikey to do that because it is under maintenance right now. My question to you, though, is do you want me to tell Rock he needs to work things out with Steve? Where am I leaving this off the air?
Well, no, that's obvious he has to work things out. I mean, the guy has lost total faith in him.
Okay. Should I be asking Rock if he's going to refund him?
No, not right now. Let them talk.
Okay. Hey, Rock, will you be able to call Steve and just get things talked out and worked out one way or another? Okay. Oh, okay. Can you include me in the email as well? I can text you my email. Let's see here. Okay, just include me so I can follow up with this guy as well. But I'm going to tell Steve you're going to be giving him a call. Okay, perfect. Thank you for your time, Rock. Best to you. Hey, Steve. Rock is going to be giving you a call. Okay? And you know how to reach us if you need any more help with this. Clearly, we're involved, okay? Thank you, Steve. Best to you. Bye-bye. Woo!
That's called Starry Night, right? That should be public domain by now. Anything like that. Well, I can too. I just go to my service that lets me do things.
That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldsco.com. How confident are you in your retirement plan? When was the last time it was reviewed? The financial world evolves quickly. Make sure you're maximizing your options. Joseph Quijano is a certified financial planner with over 4 decades of experience helping people make smart money moves. Join Joseph and his son Jordan on the Retirement Income Show. Heard weekends right here. Call now for a free copy of Joseph Quijano's Retirement and Income Book. 844-315-SAFE. That's 844-315-SAFE. The future of the NFL is getting written with the first pick right now. The 2025 NFL Draft. Catch Jay Glazer alongside former Jets GM Joe Douglas, College Football Hall of Famer LeVar Arrington, and Fox Sports lead college football reporter Jenny Tapp. Hi, this is Jay Glazer. LeVar Arrington here. Join us for Draft Night Live on Fox Sports Radio. Thursday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. Just search Fox Sports Radio and make it your next preset on the iHeartRadio app. The TalkBack mic on our iHeartRadio app is just like your personal director.
10 seconds, guys.
On the line.
Just tap that little microphone while listening to Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 03713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's keep talking. What's on your mind? Phil, welcome. What's happening, Phil? I guess this is a follow-up call from yesterday. Let me find your call here. It was about a real estate. Go ahead. Just start your problem again. So I don't see the call here for some reason. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, I called a real estate agent in Florida about a couple of houses, and the agent was not listed online as being connected with these 2 houses.
Oh.
So, I just called them at random because they're in the same city as the houses.
And by the way, they don't have to be, hold on, they don't have to be listed to sell the house. If they're a real estate agent, they can sell any house.
Right, but I was told by their agency that this particular agent is a realtor. And I forget what you told me the difference is for a realtor and
the
real
realtor
estate
means
agent.
they're,
But anyway,
the realtor means they're with the local real estate association.
well, I called a few minutes ago. I called the Florida State Board for Realtors, and they told me they have no record of the agent's name or the agency's name.
That's pretty serious. How did you call this place? You just happen. Let me find it. What's the name of the place?
Hansen, S-E-N, Real Estate Team is how they advertise themselves.
Is it Real Estate Group or Team?
Random.
Is it Hansen's Real Estate Group or Team?
They told me Team. And the agent's name is Robin Woodall.
And where are they? Where are they in Florida?
Pensacola.
Huh?
Pensacola.
Okay.
Pensacola.
Got it. Pensacola.
Or near Pensacola.
Can you help me out too? Okay. I have found it. Eric Hansen, Real Estate Team at Keller Williams, Realty Gulf Coast in Pensacola. Okay, so here's what it is. He's with Keller Williams Realty, Gulf Coast. And the team is like Frank Duran, the real estate man. Like our Frank Duran here has a team, and his team is with Remax Alliance. So if you looked up Frank Duran, the real estate man, if you looked up his team is not listed anywhere. Now, Frank he's credentialed and he's a broker. You can look up his licensing and his membership into the Board of Realtors, or excuse me, into the Association of Realtors. But I wouldn't, from what I'm seeing from their online presence, I would be very, very doubtful, I swear to you, if this is not a legit team. I mean, for God's sakes, the state would have shut him down by now. He's all over the internet.
Well, then why doesn't Robin Woodall have a listed license with the state board?
Okay, did you check the specific agent you were talking? You gave the name. What's the name?
Robin Woodall.
Okay, Eric Hansen is the owner.
Yes.
Did you talk to Eric Hansen?
No.
Okay. You talked to some other person that's not listed. When you say not listed, they're not licensed with the state of Florida?
I talked with Robin only. The agent or supposed agent.
I'm asking you, is Robin licensed with the state of Florida?
They told me no.
Who is they?
They can't find her in their records.
I never knew the
state board.
The state. No, see, there's two different things. You don't have to be listed with the realtors to be a legal real estate broker. Did you check? Here's all I'm asking.
You have to have a license. I called licensing.
Okay.
For the state.
If you called licensing. If you called licensing, that's another issue. Hold on, and if you actually called the licensing board to check and there's no license, I want to talk to Frank Duran and ask him about that, where it would be listed. Hold on, I'm Tom Martino. I want him to check as well for us. So hang on, and we'll get Frank Duran, the real estate man, on.
Absolutely. Okay, I see that right there. I'm going to send it over to Tom and talk to him about it. And thank you so much, Rock. Take care. Bye. Wow, an hour to go.
Fast, isn't it going fast?
It did. It's going to go. I love answering the phones, Tom. I wish I didn't have all this other stuff I have to do.
I know.
You know?
Yeah.
I'd answer the phones. Troubleshooter Show, please hold. It's like my social hour. I don't really talk to anybody but Mark.
That's too bad.
No, I never understood why people did that.
What?
Walk past the coffin. I mean, I think if you're a Catholic,
oh, are you watching the popes?
Yeah, and if you are, let's say you're a Catholic, you know, what difference does it make if you go to your church and pray?
I love the way the guest
or
is
you
lit
walk
here.
past his coffin.
The guest.
I just never understood the impetus to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I think it's probably very
fantastic.
personal if they feel that connection.
Very even lit.
It's
Who
like
likes going to a funeral anyway, Hannah?
Head of
so
state.
cool looking.
I don't think I would personally travel, but I understand
Even
that
that
some people
light.
would.
I just, it's like certain things I just don't get.
And we get that seat too now. I didn't do shit. I mean, Gary did very little.
It's in
What I
rope,
mean
correct?
by that is,
Yes.
he's such a pro that he goes like this. You know what I mean? Just subtle little stuff.
How many people are there?
Excuse me?
How many people
That's
are
what
there?
I'm saying. He just
They don't know
he
yet.
just
They're
has
going to
such
be
an eye.
thousands.
He goes,
I mean, I think every Catholic in Italy
look
is
at
going to
this,
want
and
to do
look at
it.
that. He's
Right?
really
People are
good. Isn't
traveling
he?
from all over the world.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Whoa, huh, oof. Hey, Tommy, I like your plant. It's a nice touch.
I've changed a lot. The camera's changed too.
I hadn't seen that
I was
before.
19
Yeah.
years old when Kennedy got shot.
And the,
So
the
I
whole,
was.
the whole shots.
Oh yeah, but I was. What I'm
I'm a
trying to say is
plant girl.
I was aware of
Do you
all
guys do
everything that went
plants?
around it,
Yeah.
and I still had
Oh.
no
Little thing like
desire
that.
I
to
love
walk
my.
past
I
the
like.
coffin with
I
someone's
have my
head blown off.
favorites. They're like favorite
Yeah.
kids and stuff. The one I can't stand that I won't get rid of because you can't kill a plant. You know, I'm kind of weird like that.
I was
plant
working.
area.
I murder plants all the time.
At Queensboro Community College.
Yeah.
When I was
You know,
19.
I don't do a lot of that in
someone
my
ran
yard. We
in
have
and
so
said,
many
President
deer, they
Kennedy's
destroy that
And
stuff.
with the New York
So
accent,
we have the
it
few,
sounded like President
you know, like
Kennedy,
those wheat
who was the
things
president of
that,
Queensboro
like
Community
that,
College.
around a pond
So
with a
for
few
2
Are you
years,
getting
we
Frank
went to,
Duran, the real estate man,
Los
on?
Angeles, we want to shoot the president of the
No, I
college.
didn't know you needed him. I
Yeah, I'm
missed
sorry.
that.
Yes, we need Frank Duran.
That's okay.
I'll be right back. I didn't realize I forgot to go and do this shit.
I have a great story though. I flunked out of undergrad, I think 3 times. It took me 7.5 years to graduate, undergraduate. And so then I was working as a computer programmer and analyst.
Yeah.
And decided that I wanted to go to medical school. So I went to school at night, took every bio or math class I could.
Yeah.
And then when I was 31, I took the MCATs and applied to medical school at 31. Because at the time, I didn't see there was a future in computing because in the 60s and 70s, everything was these big, massive computers. Nobody
That
except
took
maybe...
up like a whole room, right?
Yeah, maybe Steve Jobs, but nobody else knew that, computers are going to be what they are.
Hey, Hannah, can you hear me? Oh,
yes, I can.
Do you read on Kindle at all, or are you a book girl?
I'm a book girl.
Some are.
Old school.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know if you like that.
Are you Kindle?
I have been. I used to not be, but
my best friend, she was a book girl, like through and through, and then got the new Kindle and is obsessed. I just feel like I'm on screens all the time anyways.
Yeah. I mean, I actually physically have a Kindle that's not an app on my phone.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So,
I could be persuaded because I've talked to so many people who love it.
Are you sure you don't need anything?
Oh, I'm great. Okay, great. Yes, thank you so much.
Yep. And I had to use milk, and I put it in the cream container and shook it. Come on, Frank. We need you, man.
Hey, Frank, yeah, he just texted me, Tom. He's just finishing up an appointment, and he'll call as quick as he can.
Okay.
Our expert should be calling in just a minute, so just hang tight for me.
So what did you come up for, Phil?
Girl Friday, I can't wait to try those Dubai bars. I'm saving them for my trip next week.
What's a Dubai bar?
So we have these YouTube gals who opened a candy shop in Lakewood. It's freeze-dried candy. In fact, there's some in the office. I should give it. It's such a weird texture, but it's so cool, and the flavors are just they explode in your mouth. Hannah.
Okay.
So She makes these Dubai bars, which is like pistachio cream in a chocolate bar, and I love pistachio. She didn't have any when she came in last week.
Yeah.
She dropped some off for me yesterday.
That is sweet.
I felt so special. That was so sweet.
Well, now she has a walking billboard. Like, it is one raving fan at a time.
But the freeze-dried candy's crazy.
I'm going to try that.
Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Let's solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, and make your life a little easier as we do, as I've been doing for 45 years here in Denver, 50 years total. Yeah, or maybe even a little more, 51. Who knows? I was such a young snot when I started.
Boy, you must be old.
71, Doc. I'm right behind you, brother. Or you're quite a bit ahead of me. But who's counting? Listen.
Obviously, you are.
Yeah. Well, these days I am counting. Welcome to the show. We got all kinds of things to talk about. Phil, we're going to be waiting on Frank Duran of realestateman.com to come by and give us some updates on your situation, Phil. Phil, he's concerned. He's looking at a Florida property and found that the agent isn't listed as having a license, but the agency.
We got Frank.
The agency is excellent. Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. Frank, listen, man. By the way, Frank, when we had our SEO guy in yesterday talking about websites, did you know we reviewed your website?
No, I didn't know you reviewed it, Tom. How'd it come out?
It came out that you get a lot of good traffic. Now, here's what's good about it. On my side, you get good organic traffic, meaning just because they're looking for real estate people in general and you come up, but you also get a lot of directed traffic, which means people specifically searched for you. So both of those are really good marks for your website and really good marks for you.
Tom, thank God for that, buddy.
Yeah. Now, Frank, on this issue, I want your opinion. Frank, Phil is looking at a home in Florida, and he checked out this home. He checked out a brokerage. He went online and found Eric Hansen and the what's called the Eric Hansen Real Estate Team at Keller Williams Realty Gulf Coast in Pensacola. All right. So here's what happens. He then calls up Hansen and he gets this real estate agent on the line. What's the name of that real estate agent again, Phil?
Robin Woodall.
So he gets this Robin
Wooda.
Yeah, so he gets this Robin Woodall on the phone. And he did some due diligence and he started looking for his license. And he tells me, this is what Phil's telling me, that the state real estate board does not have a record of this guy's license. Now, we're not talking about Hansen. Eric Hansen is all over the internet. He has a giant team down there. And kind of like you have a team with Remax Alliance, you have, Frank Duran Homes or Frank Duran, the Team Duran. But here's the point. Where would you find out, if you wanted to find out about a real estate agent in Florida, where would you call to find the license?
So, Tom, wonderful question. I would have to do some digging on that. I know out here we just go to Dora, and it's pretty simple to find. In Florida, I'd have to do some digging, which I'm very happy to do, by the way.
No, but what I'm asking, I guess what I'm asking is this. But here's what I'm asking, actually. If you take any state, do they list real estate, every agent, or just brokers? Like if I wanted to find out if an agent is licensed in California, Nevada, Florida, New York, Colorado. Do they maintain a list of every licensed agent that they would let the public check?
Yes, Tom, I would say the answer is yes. In fact, I've never seen them not do that. You have out here, you'll have the managing broker, but also the individual broker associates or the agents. Absolutely.
Okay. So therefore, he should be listed
Tom,
somewhere.
Sure.
By the way,
Tom, here's the good news.
Yes.
I have some great yeah,
go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I have some contacts all over the nation. I can track down an agent out there and figure out how their system works and let you know for sure.
And I just found one. Hold on. Phil, I need to know for sure how to spell Woodall. Is it Wood and then all? Woodall?
Yes, it's a female.
Robin Woodall, Wood. Okay, I have found a licensing check online. Right online, where you can put a name in and do it. And I'm going to do it right this second. Right this second. I'm putting it in. You put the last name in and the first name in. So that's what I'm doing. And you put in, that's it. So now you search. Let's see what comes up. Yup. No, actually not. It says there were no records found matching the search criteria. If you suspect unlicensed activity may be occurring, call this number. Actually, I put in that name, Robin Woodall, and no license came up. Frank, could it be an assistant in an office helping a broker? Do teams ever have people who are not real estate agents?
You know, I was just going to mention that, Tom. Out here, at least in Colorado, we have the option. In fact, it's on the listing agreement where the seller would acknowledge that if the agent doesn't show the home, they may have an unlicensed assistant show the home as well, but they have to get permission first. So, yes, that is an option.
Now, Phil, did this person literally tell you they are a licensed real estate agent?
Yes, and this morning the secretary, I asked her if Robin was a realtor or a real estate agent, and the secretary told me she's a realtor.
Now, Frank, to be a realtor, that's a step above a license, right?
Right, and that's where you take an oath, and I did that many, many years ago, but that is right. Then you have the title realtor.
And then you're part of the board of realtors. Now, Phil, did you tell the person at Team Hansen that you checked on Robin Woodall and she was not listed with the state?
I talked with them before I called the state, and I don't want to prejudice her against me if I'm wrong, because she sounds good, but I'm risking $100,000 or more, so I don't want to.
What do you mean 100,000 or more? I did
on a house.
Okay.
No, I did not tell them.
Okay. Do you mind if we call and ask?
No, I'd like it if you did.
Okay, let's do Deputy Dollar. You're sitting on your hands over there. Is Deputy Dollar in there still? Suze, is Deputy Dollar in there?
Here.
Okay. Deputy Dollar, you're there? Here's what we have to do. We have to call down to Team Hansen and simply ask, why isn't this Woodall coming up in a real estate license search? Who's going to do it? Speak to me. I can't see you, so speak to me. Okay. Are you going to do it then?
Tom, I'll be happy to
I can't hear anybody in the studio.
I'll be happy to make a call, but before I do...
Hold on.
But before I do, I wanted to ask Phil, if I call them on behalf of Tom Martino's radio, Phil, our caller.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Phil, if I call the real estate agency on behalf of the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show, they're going to perceive this as kind of an accusatory and a pretty aggressive move on my part. That might destroy the relationship with that real estate agency.
Then I would put it this way. Mm-hmm. Listen, Phil happened to call us because he was checking licensing on Robin Woodall. Right. And we're not making any accusations at all. Hold on. Absolutely. And Phil is perfectly happy with Team Hansen. Yeah. But we're just wondering, Is Robin an unlicensed assistant, or does she carry a real estate license? That's it.
Oh, I understand that. My perspective is that that call might be better coming from Phil. If he already has a business relationship that he wants to preserve with a real estate agency.
I think we should call.
Okay.
I think we should.
I'll give him a
think,
call right now.
I think Phil feels uncomfortable. I want to call.
Okay.
And Frank Duran, the real estate man, we love you. Thank you for being on. 303-920-1622. That's Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. And also, listen, when we come back, we're going to talk to Suze about that follow-up with Rock and the restoration job that supposedly he took money on and did nothing. And the consumer accused him of not even contacting the building department once. We'll talk about that coming up and more. And Phil, you hang on, because Deputy Deputy D, is going to be making some phone calls on your case. And I want to remind people that K&H Home Solutions, window siding, doors, and more, K&H also has K&H Painting Pros now. So you have a company that you can depend on for painting as well. khwindows.com.
Okay, so they're just spelling.
Regen Revolution has helped me so much in terms of getting mobile and active again, and now they'll be helping me and you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
John Fuller puts the personal in personal injury. Let me explain what I mean. If you're injured in an accident and you call John Fuller's office, you're going to talk to John Fuller if you want to. No other attorney does that, where they talk to the client up front before you hire him. Usually you have to go through some intake. With John Fuller, he'll get on the phone right away with you and talk about your case, what it's worth, what to do, where to collect, how to collect. Then, if you hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis, so still no out-of-pocket money. And then you get his cell phone number. You can call or text at any time. Nobody does it like John Fuller, Fuller Law. Love the man. You will love him too when it comes to your personal injury. 303-597-4500, 597-4500. Gravina's, they got the greatest windows, and nobody beats Gravina's nobody. I love doing that slogan because I know Gravina's. And, you know, Larry worked with his dad, then went off on his own in the 80s, and now his son Nick is there, and they are great people. The original Gravina's that came from Dad on 950 West Evans, that's Gravina's. And if you want windows, they have 50 lines of windows. Not one, 50, not one compared to other companies. Nope, they have 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding and doors. That's 303-GRAVINA, 303-GRAVINA, or gravinas.com.
How'd you spell Robin, Tom?
Oh.
Tom?
R-O-B-I-N.
It's R-O-B-Y-N.
Does she show
That's
up?
why you guys couldn't find her. Yes, Ed Tomlinson called and told me.
Okay, let's go back to
You know, the
on
real
that.
estate guy?
Let's go. No, that's
Okay.
wonderful. Go back on that. That's wonderful. I love the morphing, the evolution we've had with this studio. When we think, I mean, we really went through it. It was an evolutionary process where we tried and error. But you got it. You really did make the biggest leap before this one. You did. From what I had, you made the biggest leap on the minor adjustments you made, and then he came in and did the coup d'etat. And also, you would have done it too with that, probably. I mean,
I said, let's get a $5,000 camera.
and that's what was a 45 at the time, 4,500. I don't know what it would. Yeah, or 4,800. It was 4,800. That's what it was. But I'll bet you they're cheap now. They're still in vogue though. That thing.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
Can you see the message I just sent you on the text, please? I just didn't want to say it out loud.
Okay. We'll do it. Is Hannah still there?
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. She had to leave, but she asked, could you please give her another plug on their special or whatever that was?
Yeah, of course I will.
Okay, but she had to go.
And the framing was a little tighter.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? Becky, hi, in a sentence or less. What would you like to talk to Tom on the live show today? Yes. Becky, we got it. It's with a Y. Yes. We appreciate it. Thank you, miss. Ah.
Ten seconds, guys.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here. We got a lot happening here. Now, first, I want to follow up the call with American Restoration. So this is really important. Steve called and says his house burned down in September of 2023. Through a series of mishaps, he had some bad contractors and they gutted the entire house. Rock looked at it in the very beginning, and Steve rejected Rock's proposal and went with another company, which turned out to be bad news. Then Rock went back again and gave him another proposal and then was still not hired. And then in February, finally, Steve says, let's do it. He gives Rock a $15,000 deposit, and he says Rock has done zero since then. Rock says, well, I've been coordinating subcontractors and getting things in order. This is a very complicated situation, and I have to gather evidence as well for the insurance company. And I've been in touch with the building department to coordinate that as well, because I have to make sure for the insurance that all of the contractors are licensed and with Pikes Peak building. So Steve said that's a lie. You never contacted Pikes Peak building department, not once. Suze, bring us up to date.
So, Tom, it's in your inbox as well. I sent it to you, but Rock did send me the correspondence between himself and the building department talking about permits on April 8th of this year. So clearly they have been in contact about the caller's project.
And as that email indicates, it wasn't the first time they were in contact. So
exactly.
Steve,
and Rock's going to call him and work things out.
Good. Steve, I don't know, man. It sounds like, and I know why, and I don't want to put this on you, but you're under a lot of emotional stress when your house burns and your entire house is gutted.
True.
Your entire house is gutted. You're not living there. Think about, Suze, just the stress you went through living in the motorhome right next door. And most of your...
it's horrible.
Yeah. And all you were doing were the floors, man. But look at the stress.
Yeah, I can't imagine having a fire, Tom. It's got to be, just life-changing.
Having the entire house gutted. And so really, we feel like Rock's been on this case. And if you want a refund, you work that out with Rock. So Phil called and said, I'm looking at a house in Pensacola, Florida. I found Team Henson, our Eric Hansen real estate team at Keller Williams, and I called them because they're in Pensacola. And I started talking to Robin Woodall, but Robin Woodall, I checked with the state, and she's not licensed. Now, we found her license, Phil. She is licensed. And the error I had when I searched is Robin, and her name is Robyn. Suze, is that true? You found her too, didn't you?
Well, I didn't, but I've had like 8 different people call me. They all found her with a YN in Pensacola.
So did I. So, Phil, your fear is allayed. You have a licensed real estate broker or agent with a really good, highly rated real estate firm.
So did Deputy call, or did he not have to?
We didn't have to. We went online. You can go online and find it too.
Okay.
If you go online, let me give you the link. It's let me just give you this link. It's myfloridalicense.com.
Okay.
myfloridalicense.com, and you search with the person's name. So the last name is Woodall, and then you search with Robin spelled the right way. And you know what's really weird is you think it would have given you some choices even if you were one letter off, but it didn't. So now you search like I just did here. I'm doing it again, and it's Robin E. Woodall with team so-and-so. They give the address in Gulf Breeze, Florida, currently active till 3/31/27. So that's good news for you. And this comes from the Department of Business and Professional Regulation. I'm right on their government website.
Thanks for your help.
Thank you. And you know what? I don't think it's bad to be skeptical. Really think about this. There are a lot of scams going on with real estate brokers and agents and people claiming they have authority to transact business, taking deposits and stuff. I mean, what's wrong with that? If Phil had called and said, I wired 15 grand to Robin Woodall or Joe Smith or Harry, and I haven't heard a word from them, and they told me they were a real estate broker. And I would have said, did you check them out? Well, they had a website, but did you check them out? So I give Phil kudos. I do. I'm going to give him these. Hold on. Let me do it. Where is it? Come on. That's for Phil. Yes. Go ahead there.
And Tom, I looked her up too, and she's a very photogenic lady.
Oh,
yeah,
my goodness.
Real easy on the eye.
Now we digress. Now we digress.
Makes me want to buy some real estate in Florida.
Now we digress. How terrible is that? Okay, listen, we're talking about a lot of stuff today. We really are. And what I like is that we get answers for you. And we just solved that problem live on the air, didn't we? So, actually, give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We've got a lot to talk about today. And I want to remind you, Fix It 24/7 has that special for $49. And it's really important. You get your sump pump checked out. If you haven't had it done in years, many of you probably forgot about it. Get it checked out. They pull it, they clean it, they adjust it, they lubricate it, they make sure it's running, they check the electrical connections, and then all of that's $49. Keep your home from being flooded. FixMyHome.com. Book now.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
Here's a look at the roads across the metro area right now. Traffic is starting to pick up in the usual places. There's an accident on northbound Spear Boulevard approaching Broadway with stop-and-go traffic back to 6th Avenue. Another crash on westbound Hampton right before Colorado Boulevard. And an accident in South Park on southbound Highway 85 between eastbound C470, that flyover ramp, and Lakeland Drive. With a look at your traffic, I'm Vida Urbonis.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
Gravina's, they are there for you right now. Call them. Ask them about your windows, your siding, your doors. You will never have more selection from a company that's been around longer. So you have the combination of longevity and heritage most companies pray for. And not only that, but great pricing on their products and an array of 50 lines of windows. No one can brag that. Gravina's has the greatest windows. That's why they say that. Nobody beats Gravina's. Nobody. Give them a chance to prove it. 303-GRAVINA or gravinas.com. You know, American Financing is on a mission, and I'm joining them to get you out of high interest debt. You know what? Mortgages slowed down quite a bit. People thought, well, they're pretty high. They're not historically high, but people think they are, so they shy away from them. But I'm telling you where they can do you good now that they're in the high fives, possibly low sixes. No matter what, get out of that high interest credit card debt. You'll save money every single month. If you have 10,000, if you have 5,000, if you have 25,000 or 30,000, get out of that high interest debt. The only way to build wealth is to get out of high interest debt. And my friends at American Financing are standing by now. They don't charge up front. They don't have any application fees. No, they have pure information they can give you about getting out of high interest debt. Then you have room to breathe and maybe can make accelerated payments if you want, but you're not pressured. The other thing, you might want a complete finance to get an emergency fund of cash. Whatever it is, they can help you right now. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net.
Oh, boy. Hey, Tommy.
Yeah?
I'm going to just have Kelly stay home tomorrow and fill in tomorrow. I think Dolce might come over and train for a little bit for fill-in stuff.
She said she was going to. And
yeah, unless Kelly just has some sort of miraculous turnaround, and I doubt she will.
And listen, Suze, I want you to really... I want you to really be, hard's a different word. I want you to be real business with her.
I know what you mean.
I want Dolce to know the gravity of this, and this is not, oh, she's my daughter. I want you to kick her ass.
Okay.
You can make it
We'll
fun.
get her up to speed.
I just want her to know that this is a really serious position. It's not just answering the phone. I want her to be proactive. I want her to think about other people, getting experts on, and all of that.
Yep. I'm going to teach her the ropes.
What? Let's see.
Kelly said Dragon made her sick, which is so funny because Dragon's sitting right next to me. He looks great.
Yeah.
Well, we gotta. Hey, Talib, I know you said she's listening. Well, we gotta have more people who can do the show. I can't be the only one who fills in.
We need a backup for the backup for the
We
backup.
need the backup to the backup to the backup.
Yeah.
Kelly B. Jesus, I'm not reading that one. John Libby, shame on you. MR, Kelly is sick from the. Is she sick from the chemtrails? It's possible.
She fondled a squirrel, so now she's sick. She's making new squirrel friends outside.
That's why she's sick, because she feeds the fucking squirrels, Dragon. I'm not kidding you. Like, who feeds squirrels? They carry diseases.
10 seconds.
More at denverneuropathy.com.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So one of the things I started the show talking about was I was talking about business and business problems and all of that. And some of the common problems people run into. First and foremost, they don't differentiate between the business and the trade. The trade is what you do for consumers. The business is getting those consumers, acquiring leads and closing those leads. Two separate businesses. If you're in a trade, you may have to hire someone to run that business the right way if you don't know how to do it. Don't assume because you're a good plumber, you're going to have a great plumbing business, or a good electrician business, or a good fence installer, a good fence business. Nope, not necessarily so. You're in one business. Acquisition of leads, closing of those leads, and keeping those leads for future and making them walking, talking billboards to refer you to others. Next, don't...
Hey, Tom?
Yes.
Oh, did you mention that the lack of capital, I've always thought, was the biggest impediment to having a successful business? That if you don't have enough capital to carry you over, it doesn't matter how many people you get, you're going to run out of money and have to declare bankruptcy.
That's cash flow. You're absolutely right. Cash flow is a very good one. I want to put that down there. I didn't have that on my list at the top, but that is very, very important. Cash flow, having enough capital, but it's really the cash flow because there's a time sometimes from the time you get business to the time you get paid. The other one, you don't know your true basis or your expenses. You have to figure everything it takes to run that business and amortize it over a monthly period. And then you have to know the cost of each sale. So you have two kinds of costs. You have overhead, which are fixed expenses that no matter how much business you have, they don't go up or down. You just have a fixed cost of overhead. That would be rent or mortgage, utilities, if you have a building you own, utilities, and anything it takes to keep yourself running. Phone bill, and then you have digital marketing. Marketing is some people put marketing on cost of sales. So if you had a $10,000 budget a year on marketing, your cost of sale would be that divided by your sales. Another thing, and then that's why you hear people say, it took me $30 a lead. I pay $30 a lead. What they're doing is they're taking their marketing dollars and dividing by the number of leads to come up with cost per lead. Obviously, the less you can pay on cost for lead, the better, right? Then you also want to know multiples per lead. For example, or multiples per marketing dollar. So you have two ways to evaluate marketing. Well, there's more, but two main ways is you want to know the cost per lead. So here's an easy way of putting it. If you spent $100 on a Facebook ad and you got 100 leads, it would be $1 per lead, which would be an incredible windfall. $1 per lead. That's cost per lead. You also want to know your multiples on advertising. What's a multiple on advertising? If you spend $1, you get $3 back. You spend $5, you get 25 back. That would be 5. That would be wonderful, right? So you have to know both cost per lead and you have to know your multiple on your marketing multiple, I call it. So these are things that are just elementary, but so many business people don't know it. I want to know from you how many would attend if we had a little session where we all talked about starting a business. I will do that if you want to do it. We can do it by Zoom or we can do it in person. Let me know. And please text me if you have any questions on your business. The other one is your online presence. It's not a brochure. It's an interactive site. So many people do not put an emphasis on their website and their online presence. It's very, very important. And then other things would be your skill itself. Make sure you can do the job and you're not biting off more than you can chew. Sometimes it's better to focus on a few services rather than be wide scope with things you're not really familiar with. Anyway, those are some of the things I have for starting a business. If you have any questions, give me a call. And let me give my text number out again because I'm feeling lonely. I haven't had but a few texts today. And this number comes right to my cell phone 24/7. I mean, you can get access to me 24/7, 747-999-5280, 747-999-5280. Okay. Now I do have a text.
Hey, Tom, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
You know, when you go into large businesses, sometimes they'll have loss leaders. Does it ever pay for a startup company to have loss leaders just to get their name out there and to get a few good references?
Well, let's talk about loss leaders.
Like, you know,
let's talk about them.
We're talking about like Fix It 24/7 is doing a loss leader basically, so that when people have a problem, they'll call them up.
Yeah.
Because they
right.
can afford to do it.
Now, loss leaders are brand building. Okay, you don't make money off of that. You make money by two ways. You brand build when you advertise it, and you also brand build by word of mouth when that person comes back to you or tells friends about you. They say, wait a minute, you're not going to believe this. For $49, I had a plumber come out and check my sump pump. They literally pulled the pump, cleaned out the screen, cleaned it off, lubricated, or some of these are not lubricated when they're submersible, but in any case, they're internally lubricated or they're sealed. But no matter what, they check all of those seals. They check everything to make sure it's going to bring you good service with a no breakdown guarantee. That's a loss leader. $49. It takes way more money for somebody to spend 2 hours on that sump pump for $49. Come on, it takes way more than that.
So if you're starting a new business and you don't have a lot of clients, you have a lot of time. Does it pay to do what? For a new business,
yes.
Does it pay to have a loss leader?
Yes, it does.
To just get some references?
The answer is absolutely yes. Loss leaders are a good idea. As long as you know they're a loss leader and you account for that, that comes out of your marketing budget. You literally have to put it as a line item in your marketing budget. So here's what I mean. If it takes an hour, and an hour of your time is worth $150 with overhead and that, then you have to, and you charge $50 or $49.95, then you have to account for 100 of that out of your marketing budget. It's just an accounting. You have to do that so you have accurate records and you're not thinking, well, I'm making money hand over fist. I'm going to do more of these. I'm going to do more of these loss leaders. No, you have to have some kind of a budgeting tool or accounting tool that'll tell you how far in the hole you're going with these, because otherwise you get this false sense of making a profit. I knew a person in the computer business one time. She thought she was a master. She was making all kinds of money. And I said to her, Lori, where is your cost of sale? And she said, what do you mean? I said, well, you did a bunch of hard drives. You did this, you did that. Where's your cost of sale? She had her credit cards mounting up, and she'd make minimum payments on her credit card. So to her, when she got paid $200 on a job, it looked like she made $200 because she's only paying pennies a month on minimum payments. But that balance on her credit card kept growing and growing and growing, even though the minimum payment stayed relatively the same, went up a couple dollars. She was going to be in debt for the next 20 years trying to support her business. It was a false indication of success. And that's what happens when you don't have a good mechanism for accounting for cost of sales. Two lines, or two categories: overhead, fixed expenses, cost of sales per item. And each item has a different cost of sale. You have the labor, you have the price of the unit, you have all of that you have to account for. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Genesis Total Exteriors, don't forget, they do mold detection and remediation the honest way. GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
Here's a look at the roads across the metro area right now. Traffic is starting to pick up in the usual places. There's an accident right now on northbound Spear Boulevard approaching Broadway with stop-and-go traffic back to 6. Another crash on westbound Hampton right before Colorado Boulevard.
Correct, yeah.
In South Park on southbound Highway 85 between eastbound C470.
That's okay. You'll get the hang of this one of these days. You've only been doing it for 40 years.
Yeah.
I've been
doing it for 50.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben
It's
Ferguson.
a new number. You've only had it for like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bold and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, when I mention defense attorneys, a lot of people don't even listen to the commercial because they figure I'll never need one. You know, maybe you won't. But even an excessive traffic violation, or maybe a DUI, or maybe you get in an argument with a neighbor and you're surprised that the police show up at your door and they say, "Did you threaten your neighbor?" I mean, seriously, anything can happen. But what I'm trying to tell you about Joe Lazzara is I've done the shopping for you. Don't shop under pressure. Joe Lazzara is the man. He will represent you. He does free initial consultations and then flat rate pricing. Lazzara. That's LazzaraLegal.com, or you can find him at referralist.com, or you can call him directly for free initial consultations and then flat rate pricing. 303-429-6200, 429-6200. Now, here's a fun concept. Get your hair transplant just like you would in Denver, just like you would in Colorado with a qualified MD, but you get it done in Istanbul, Turkey. Why the hell would you do that? Well, you can get the surgery done, your hair starts growing the next day, and then you get a follow-up visit. You can stay a few days afterwards if you want, and you still save money. Count the hotel room, count the flight, count the surgeon, and you still save a ton of money from having it done here in the States. Find out more. RecoverYourHair.com. That's true. RecoverYourHair.com. 970-534-0676.
Now,
What were we talking about?
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first?
Didn't want to talk to you either.
It's one of those Google,
Oh.
you know what I'm talking about? It's like,
10 seconds, guys.
It's the fastest 2 hours in talk radio, aiming to cut through the clutter and wash out the white noise of the mainstream media. The only missing ingredient is you. Join me each day of the work week, starting at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino. You know, I suddenly realized I was bragging about how you can text me 24/7 and it comes right to my cell phone, and I didn't give out the damn number. I mean, excuse me, but I might be slipping about a quarter of an inch. Anyway, here it is. 747-999-5280. Now, the reason I did that number is I love big airplanes. 747 is a big airplane. This is a memory aid, 747. Then the 999 is as close to 10-10-10 as I could get. And then 5280 is the Mile High City. So 747-999-5280. You can text me at any time, 24/7. One here says, Tom.
Tom, you did give it out.
Oh, good. Oh, I didn't know if it did or not. See, now I'm even questioning
you
myself.
did.
Oh, my God. And then I have what's even worse is Deputy Doc's telling me. This is keeping me straight. Gosh. Anyway, here it is. It's important to have this is a text, and this is a smart one. It's important to have written agreements with any partners or people who have an interest in your business. Oh, absolutely, positively. I'm putting that down on my list. Written agreements. Absolutely. Now, also, you need to manage cash flow. Deputy Doc mentioned capital and cash, and I said cash flow. Capital and cash flow, but something else. And it goes along with cash flow. Trust accounts. You can't spend money that is held in trust unless it's spent on that job. Please don't commingle funds. You're going to get into trouble if you commingle funds. You can't do it. Okay, go ahead. You got a good one, Dave.
One of the major things I see among people I encounter who operate their own business and suddenly run into trouble is when they started, they bought very expensive equipment that's necessary to conduct their business, but they never made plans, nor did they save enough to eventually replace that equipment as it wears out. And I've seen more than 5 companies fail.
Oh my gosh! What? How silly of me!
Fail because they forgot that they have to replace this equipment.
Oh, that's called depreciation.
Yeah, but they think it's an accounting term. Depreciation in real life is you got to save up enough to buy this new machine.
But you do have to put that money away, literally.
Yeah.
Depreciation, very, very good.
They think it's a tax write-off.
Very good information.
Thank you.
So if I go over these, don't confuse the business with the trade. Second, know your true basis with costs. You don't account for your time. You don't account for you underestimate marketing. Your online presence sucks. You don't know true costs. Capital and cash flow and trust accounts do not commingle funds. Costs per leads, marketing multiples, also written agreements and depreciation. All of this is incredibly important. Incredibly important.
Tom, and don't you also need a pretty detailed written business plan? I know when I opened my practice,
Not really. No,
well,
a written business
I needed
plan.
one to get up.
Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead. What were you
I
saying?
would say when I opened my practice, doctors can usually get a loan pretty easily, But in order to do so, I needed a written business plan about how I was going to, what I was going to spend the money on, and how I was going to make the practice work.
I
And then I got the loan.
I don't recommend people finance when they're starting a business. It's the worst thing you can do. And so for that reason, the only time you need a written plan, the only time, is to get a loan or to get an investor. So if you there's nothing wrong with having a mission statement. We might be parsing out words here, but what I'm saying is this: it's good to have a mission statement. It's excellent to have a mission statement. You don't have to have a written business plan, because I don't recommend you get financing. But I know what Doc is saying. He's saying you have to have some kind of a plan, what you're going to do when. And I understand that. Yeah, that's not entirely, it keeps you on track. I like to look at it more as a goal statement. Written business plans often are fantasy. I like goal setting better, but I get your point. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Deputy D, we are running out of time. We can't get into it, but I want you to tell us tomorrow how someone tried to defraud you.
Right after our show ended yesterday, somebody tried draining my bank account.
I want to hear about it tomorrow.
And they were the best scam that I have ever seen.
Oh, my God. Okay, don't forget 303 Martino for help, information, and referrals. Save all your problems for me.
You're clear, buddy. See ya.
See ya.
Follow Tom Martino